have 5,000 people in this building. So this is going to be massive for Los Angeles. I'm an older guy, but this will absolutely affect my children's lives. This is going to change medicine. Instead of giving people pills, we're going to give them a vaccination. They're not going to get cervical cancer. They're not going to get liver cancer. They're not going to get breast cancer. This is going to change the world.
Councilwoman Tracy Park joined Laker legend James Worthy in LA Public Library at the Westchester Loyola Village branch. There, they unveiled remodeled spaces which will serve up and assist in some reading and learning wins.
At the Loyola Branch Library here at Westchester Park, and we have this incredible partnership between LA Public Libraries and the LA Lakers. They have redone our reading rooms here in the library. James Worthy himself, the Laker legend himself, is here today reading to the kids. We are really investing in this partnership that is about a love of learning and an investment in our young people in our city. And it's just incredibly fun to be out here today and to see our entire community coming in to enjoy this wonderful new space.
In the kids area, we created a space where kids can come together, sit in designated areas, and be able to talk and read along with a lot of the guest speakers that will come to the library and help encourage further reading. In the teen area, we know that tech is a big thing, so we wanted to make sure that they had the appropriate spaces to be able to charge up their devices, as well as to be able to use their laptops in a private area to be able to keep up on their studies, and of course, have a safe space to be able to work.
Well, reading is a continuous thing. It starts at home, and it's the first thing that you need in life in order to grow and to become yourself. It's a way to educate yourself, gives kids hope at an early age, allows their imagination to flow, and it guides them throughout their life. So reading is everlasting. I just think it's an amazing thing to revive libraries and enhance them and give these kids everything that they need before they get into early stages of life. At that early age, 6, 7, 8 years old, give them a space and a place to let their minds grow. So it's a great project.
One of our messages today is that we're not only a city of champions, thanks to LA Lakers and other teams, but we're also a city of readers. We have 7 million books here at our libraries throughout the city, but we also have millions of ebooks that people can check out, and no library in the world checks out more ebooks than the LA Public Library. So the Los Angeles Public Library is just such an incredibly dynamic institution, and the fact that we've got James Worthy here today, it doesn't get any better than having a Lakers legend like that here at the library, talking to kids about how important it is to be a reader and sending the message that kids who read succeed.
There's a new Malcolm X Way on Crenshaw Boulevard. Councilwoman Heather Hudd joined community leaders to celebrate the legacy of Malcolm X and put him on the map in South LA.
This is an amazing day where we are celebrating 100 years of Malcolm X's birthday. By doing a dedication, we are naming Malcolm X Way down Crenshaw Boulevard. This is an important location because we are at King Boulevard, so that where King and Malcolm X meet. This is an opportunity to spark interest, especially for our children and our community. Well, they'll be like, oh, why does it say that? And then there's an opportunity to talk about self-determination, self-reliance, self-education, and really the difference makers and the truth teller that Malcolm X was.
The idea here is that two great men that wrote some great history for the United States and for the world, two great minds, that of Martin Luther King and that of Malcolm X, meet on these two corners together to help write and rewrite the history of the United States and America.
The organization Family, FAMLI, the Foundation for Arts, Mentoring, Leadership, and Innovation, is the founding architect organization that keeps the legacy of Malcolm X alive in the city of Los Angeles. And we've been doing that since 1992. 2 years ago, we realized a dream to bring Malcolm X's name to the street on Crenshaw. And so we now have Councilwoman Heather Hutt to thank, Congresswoman Maxine Waters to thank, Councilman Marquise Harris Dawson and others who helped us to push this through in honor of a man who gave his life for us, Minister Malcolm X, a human rights leader, not a civil rights leader, a human rights leader.
Me being an artist and being a former member of the Black Panther Party in the 60s, it was significant for me to create this artwork representing his image. And it's very important for us to recognize people like Malcolm X, who put his life on the line and his freedom on the line to fight against injustice.
Malcolm X said human rights is something all of us are born with. Civil rights is something we had to fight for, bleed, and die for. Civil rights is something somebody gives you. Human rights God gives you. And so every human being that's born should have human rights, the right to freedom, the right to freedom of expression, freedom of speech. And so today, more than ever before, in our lives, we're fighting for human rights. Malcolm X was someone who proved that transformation is possible, that no matter where you start, that you can end in the right place if you dedicate yourself and have discipline and love for yourself and for your people. Understand your history and your culture, and you can do anything. You can turn your life around and the lives of millions of other people as Malcolm did.
The geography of Los Angeles brings its own challenges when it comes to flooding. The City of LA's Bureau of Engineering manages the city floodplains and shares its findings and plans with the community at large.
Today, the Bureau of Engineering is hosting a public meeting to support the development of the Floodplain Management Plan update. So we're here to both share information with members of the public about the planning process, as well as hear their thoughts and ideas and information from them that will help guide the planning. So there are multiple types of flood risks that exist: riverine flooding, dam failure, sea level rise in coastal zones, tsunamis. Floodplain Management Plan addresses all of them. So recommendations from the public gathered at these public meetings will be incorporated into the planning process. There is a steering committee that exists, as well as an expert consultant team. Together, they will analyze various flood risks and prepare for them, and input from the community about conditions in the neighborhoods and their thoughts and ideas will be directly integrated into that planning process as guided by the steering committee. We really need to hear from residents about their experiences with flooding in their neighborhoods, as well as to convey information about hazards that might be present that they need to prepare for, and how the city is planning infrastructure and policy to help mitigate flood risks. Visit engineering.lacity.gov. Find information on the Floodplain Management Plan there. You'll be able to take a survey and give us input, and also find out about community events.
LA Public Library announces the 2025 Creators in Residence. Businesses contracting with the city have a new online business navigator, and LA Civil Rights hosts a housing resource fair for transgender individuals. These stories up next on City Beat.
The Los Angeles Public Library and the Library Foundation of Los Angeles have announced that their two creators in residence for 2025 are Ashley Walker and Tien Nguyen. The Creators in Residence program is designed to engage creative artists, support new works informed by the library's collections, and highlight the library as a creative haven. Designer, entrepreneur, and founder of Lemert Park Threads, Walker will use the library's historical archives to create a fashion line that embodies LA City's past. Experienced food writer and journalist Nguyen will expand on the library's menu collection to uncover the histories of people and communities behind LA restaurants. For more information, visit lapl.org/creators. At the 2025 Procure LA Summit, Mayor Karen Bass announced the launch of a new City of Los Angeles Business Navigator service. The website is a centralized online hub that will support small businesses ahead of major world events coming to the LA region from 2026 onwards. The Navigator service will help local businesses access city permits, resources, and procurement opportunities. According to Mayor Bass, the city is making sure small businesses help lead the way by investing in local talent to deliver real results for communities. For more information, visit business.lacity.gov. The LA Civil Rights Department and the Transgender Advisory Council, in partnership with Councilmember Isabel Jurado and LA Public Library, will host the second TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair. The event will take place at LA Central Library's Mark Taper Auditorium. The fair brings service providers, nonprofits, and government partners together to share information with TGI2+ individuals experiencing housing insecurity. According to LA Civil Rights, while homelessness is a citywide concern, TGI2+ individuals are affected at disproportionate rates. The TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair takes place on Monday, June 16th, beginning at 9:30 a.m., and includes a panel discussion and information on transgender community support. For more information, visit the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov.
At Woodley Park, it was a happy paw day with Councilmember Imelda Padilla and LA Animal Services. They made sure that all the fur babies were getting the love with their very own pet resource fair, and there was something for pet parents and would-be pet parents too.
Today, for the first time ever, the 6th District is hosting a Happy Paw Day, which is an animal resource event where we have invited the entire 6th District to come get direct resources for their pets. And we are also here in partnership with the LA Animal Service Department. We are also here with some beautiful puppies and animals that are up for adoption so that people who come by can maybe take another cuddly friend home.
I'm Martin. I'm from the Michelson Found Animals Better Neighborhood Project. We're in partnership with Imelda Padilla, and we're here to celebrate all these pets and bring all these resources to the community.
We're here for this event that we found on Instagram for the microchipping and grooming service for the animals.
So what we wanted to do today was really bring the resources here related to making sure folks can get access to affordable pet care, meet some of the groomers of the local community, and we also have microchipping, free microchipping, lots of different things that are associated with having a pet. Sometimes the community doesn't know about it, and that's why we're here today, so that you know where to go. As a pet lover myself, I'm excited that members who feel the same kind of affection and human connection to their dogs or cats or pets.
Can I put this in your mouth? Yum, 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 yum.
Know that it's a big responsibility, that it also comes with making sure that you take care of their health, that you give them safety.
These events are mainly to help us engage with the community, get a better understanding of what the community needs.
We want to make sure that we're bringing the resources to you and that everybody remembers that that's what my office is here for. You can always call us. You can always check out our website, us a message on social media, and we will help you find what you're looking for.
It's tough to encapsulate all the programs the city's Department of Recreation and Parks has going on. The Salute to Recreation Family Festival was a carnival of fun with selected sports, action, and a preview of the summer programs ahead.
We are here today at Northridge Recreation Center in the heart of the San Fernando Valley. We are at the Salute to Recreation Family Festival. We have carnival rides, food trucks, we have a children's area, international stage. We have about 100 arts and craft vendors. We also have a pickleball and volleyball invitational tournament.
I'm finding out a lot of information about what for my daughter to do this summer, a lot of stuff that I've been interested in and about sports and summer camps, and it's really cool. Everyone's really friendly and really open.
Seeing us come together in community for events together in support of one another really gives us all hope and gives us all something to look forward to.
I'm so happy that so many people are showing up to enjoy these festivities. You know, this is a salute to recreation across the city of Los Angeles. So this is celebrating all the recreation throughout the city of Los Angeles. But every year I fight not only to have it in the Valley, but in Council District 12.
Parece formidable porque los mantiene ocupados en las actividades que le gusta, por decir a ella. Deberían buscar a sus centros de recreaciones para información porque a los niños les gusta.
Today's event encourages the kids to come out and to do family and fun events. That's all I could say.
Although the Great War predates this library, there's a unique connection between the Memorial Branch and World War I. More than a century on, this branch library pays tribute to the past while supporting the current community.
My name is Frances Jaffe, and I am the senior librarian, which is now called branch manager at Memorial Branch Library. We're the 49th branch of the Los Angeles Public, 49 out of 72. The alumni and the Student Body Association commissioned these stained glass commemorations to 20 alumni who perished in the Great War. We have activities for every level. So we have children's activities, we have weekly story time, we have monthly programs that are paid for from our Friends group. We have a very strong support of Friends of the Memorial Library. They have used book sales twice a week, and that money goes to present programs for the children. The teens also have a weekly program on Thursday afternoons, a very strong teen librarian presence. And now the adult librarian is continuing programs for adults as well. So we have an adult art class, an adult needlework class. These are all once a week. And once a month, First Friday's book club. During the recent heat wave, you couldn't get a seat in this library, to the point that we had adults sitting over in the little children's chairs. And not only an official cooling center, but a meeting place. And there people were like making friends and, yeah, isn't it hot? And I love that part. It really is a group effort. It's not us versus them as guests. They come in and they feel, oh, I'm here. What a feeling.
In this week's feature story, it's a world-famous house by celebrated architect Frank Lloyd Wright, and it epitomizes his ideas of California living. Named for his client's favorite flower, Hollyhock House is the City of LA's first UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Hollyhock House is Frank Lloyd Wright's first Los Angeles commission. He's probably America's most celebrated 20th century architect. Hollyhock House is really this exciting project where Wright was coming to California, trying to imagine what a California house should be. Wright described it as California romanza, and romanza being a musical term meaning free form. It really is a romantic embrace of the natural beauty, the creative freedom that LA represents. We are the city's only UNESCO World Heritage Site. It speaks to the importance of this site. We are the only cultural UNESCO site in California. We're joining the Redwoods and Yosemite, two natural sites, as California landmarks with this designation. It was a commission for Aline Barnsdall, an oil heiress. She purchased this unique hilltop property in Los Angeles. It's one of these pretty rare green spaces in this part of town. Panoramic views of the city. Barnsdall gifted the property to the city in 1926. She really wanted to ensure that it went into the care of people who deeply appreciated its beauty and found it a stimulation. And that's, pulling from a quote from Barnsdall herself. And I think in her arranging for the California Art Club to use Hollyhock House as its headquarters, it really was a space that is both inspiration and also deeply engaged with the art community, and that carries through to today. We're really seeking to find opportunities to bring contemporary artists back in dialogue with these spaces, to have them bring new perspectives on this really important site. LA has such a rich and diverse art and architecture community. As Barnsdall intended, this was meant to be a place of inspiration. As much as we work to make it feel like you're being transported to 1921, this isn't a static place, and that those changes over time are part of an important history, and that there have been really important contributors, Lloyd Wright, Frank Lloyd Wright's son, Rudolph Schindler, and to have all of these voices working collaboratively to make Hollyhock House what it is today is just such a privilege. It has been city-owned for nearly a century. What has been realized under city stewardship really is quite remarkable and is very much living up to her ambitions for the site. We encourage people to follow us on social media, on our Instagram.
In this week's Things to Do, head to the Central Library for June Jubilee, celebrate the themes in the House on Mango Street, and jump into the water with LA Parks for Juneteenth. All this up next on Things to Do.
Join LA's Public Library for June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, on Saturday, June 14th. The third annual June Jubilee welcomes everyone to a day of joy and inspiration with speakers, workshops, entertainment, and family activities. The day begins with a water blessing and continues with performances by African drummers, choirs, and dancers. From health and wellness to genealogy and technology to arts and crafts for all ages, there's something for everyone. Celebrate African American culture and contributions at this fun, family-friendly fair. June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, takes place at the Central Library on Saturday, June 14th from 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. For more information, visit the June Jubilee page at lapl.org. Join El Pueblo at the birthplace of Los Angeles to celebrate 40 years of the book The House on Mango Street. Written by Sandra Cisneros, The House on Mango Street is on the National Endowment for the Arts' Big Read. El Pueblo invites everyone to celebrate the book at a community program on Saturday, June 14th. There'll be art activities based on themes in the book, a tour of the America Tropical Interpretive Center, and an Adobe brick-making workshop. Join El Pueblo for the Big Read on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 11 a.m. For more information, visit elpueblo.lacity.gov/events. LA City Department of Recreation and Parks is celebrating Juneteenth at 3 of its swimming pools. Join the department for some engaging activities and unforgettable experiences, including sports, swim lessons, water play, CPR station, giveaways, and music. Float over to Algin Sutton Pool for a Juneteenth celebration on Thursday, June 12th at 1 p.m. Make a splash for Juneteenth at Celeste King Pool on Friday, June 13th at 3:30 p.m. And dive into Juneteenth at the Van Ness Pool on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 1 p.m. For more information, see the featured activities at laparks.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org, and we're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
take to move a mountain that no one wants to climb? When they tell you there's no answer, how do you change the heart and mind? Can you face the road to freedom when the past is in your way? In the darkness of the night, the future may be hard to find, but I believe that there's a day. All it takes is one good day. All we need is one good day. And I will find one good day. 'Cause all it takes is one
ask everybody in the audience to stop disrupting the meeting. If you continue to talk, you'll be removed. We'll say the woman in the white vest. We have the first warning to the woman in the white vest. This is your second warning. We'll ask the sergeants to remove her, subject under Rule 7. All right, good morning and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of your Los Angeles City Council. Today is the 10th day of June, a Tuesday in the year 2025. My name is Marquis Aristos and I serve as president of this council. Public comment for today's meeting will be taken in person in this chamber. Mr. Clerk, if we could begin our proceedings by calling the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Bloomfield, Harris-Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Jurado, Lee, McOsker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes of June 6, 2025.
Councilmember Rahman moves. Councilmember Price seconds. What's next?
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilmember Park moves. Councilmember McOsker seconds. What's next?
Mr. President, today is Tuesday and it's time for the flag salute.
All right, let's all, everyone in the chamber, please rise and follow along with Councilmember Rahman in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise, hand over your heart, turn to the flag, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, let's run through our agenda for today.
Yes, Mr. President. There's a request to hold items 20 and 29 on the desk.
All right, without objection. What's next?
Items 1 through 11 are items noticed for public hearing. Please note that there is no action to be taken on item 1 inasmuch as a public hearing relative to the fiscal year 2025-26 Proposition K assessment is scheduled on Wednesday, June 11, 2025 as agenda item 1. Items 2 through 17 are items for which public hearings have been held. The Housing and Homelessness Committee report for item 16 has been submitted and is available online in Council File number 25-0576. Items 18 through 36 are items for which public hearings have not been held. Please note that there is no action required on item 36 inasmuch as the Mayor has approved the annual budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Items 37 through 51 are closed session items considered by the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 52 is a closed session item for which a public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right, without objection, those items are before us. Members, are there any specials? Specials to my left? All right, specials to my right. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to call 16 special for comments.
1-6 special for comments. Any other specials? All right. Which items, Mr. Clerk, are available for us to vote on at this time?
Mr. President, the council may now vote on items 12 through 17.
All right.
Excuse me, sir. That's items 12 through 15 and 17.
12 through 15 and 17.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. What's next?
Mr. President, there is a request to send items 12, 13, and 14 forthwith.
All right. Without objection, that'll be the order. Councilmember Hernandez.
President, I have an amendment for item number 3.
Number 3?
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, can we take an amendment for number 3? We haven't voted on that, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
That will be taken after public comment.
Okay.
And question, were number 29 and 33 already called special for a separate vote?
And for clarification, the items that were held on the desk are items 28 and 29.
And 16.
And 16 as well.
Great. I would like to pull item 33 special for a separate vote. Thank you.
All right. Any other specials before we resume?
And Councilmember Hernandez, you initially mentioned item 29 as well, which was held, but was not held for a separate vote. Did you want that for a separate vote too? Thank you.
All right, and our amendment has been seconded and circulated. Okay, we want to make sure we get that out before, so it can satisfy public comment. All right, what's next, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, does the council wish to consider item 16, called special by Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. Colleagues, I appreciate the spirit with which item 16 was introduced so that we can have a comprehensive conversation in evaluating the success or failures of the work that's being done with respect to homelessness. The problem around this new bureau and deriving this information is that the source of the information that we're evaluating is still flawed, and that we're still relying on LASA, which has been repeatedly documented for their failure to even track the performance of the contracts that they are executing on our behalf. So it doesn't matter who's reporting it out if where we're getting this data from is still flawed and fails to perform. And so I look forward to a time, I introduced a couple of motions, going back to the first motion about centralizing this work to bring this in-house, since we have seen repeated examples of how LASA fails to track this data. I look forward to the conversation being scheduled to cover I know an impending report coming back where I had requested that the city bring into our own control the outreach contracts and services that are currently maintained and managed by LASA, because we cannot get a firm accounting. It's been repeatedly demonstrated by some of the reports that have been issued, whistleblower reports, but more importantly, even our own funded audit, that they can't track or account for the work that is being performed, nor for the dollars that are being spent. So performance management, performance data, sourced with data from an agency that is proven repeatedly that they're incapable of giving us the data, really doesn't matter. What are we actually measuring? So I look forward to a time when we can bring this in-house and actually be able to manage directly the outcomes with the taxpayer dollars that we are funding for services that are supposed to be delivered on our streets. So again, this is great, but it's not really going to change anything until we start bringing in these services in-house and managing directly and actually getting an accounting from our own staff, because LASA has continued to prove and be repeatedly demonstrated their failure to give us accurate data, or frankly, withholding data because they don't want to make someone look bad. And for that reason, I think this is great, but doesn't effectively do anything different. So I look forward to the conversation being held where we can finally bring in these contracts in-house and directly manage the service providers that continue to be afforded chance after chance with taxpayer dollars and still not give us the data or the performance that our constituents deserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other comments on this, let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right. We have 15 ayes on this. Councilwoman Rodriguez, you're good? Okay. Okay. All right. What's next?
Mr. President, the council may now proceed to the presentation for prayers and calls for peaceful protests.
All right, everybody. We all have witnessed and been a part of the last 4 days in our city when we heard the first set of disturbances related to raids at a Home Depot Day Labor Center in downtown on last week. Councilwoman Hernandez showed up to the floor in tears because what was happening in her district, and that spread throughout the city and the region of Southern California. And we all saw what happened this weekend and what happened through as late as last night. Both a nonsensical, perhaps illegal, Definitely disruptive, definitely chaotic, definitely counterproductive. Deployment of the national military to Los Angeles streets against the wishes of our police department, of our mayor, of our governor, and almost everybody else that has responsibility for safety in the streets in our city. We've also seen hundreds and thousands of people peacefully protest. We've also seen people take advantage of those protests to engage in various forms of criminality. There's been a lot of positive energy and some negative energy. This moment is for us one of those tough moments that we face in our city from time to time. Those of us who've lived here, have grown up here, know that we face these moments. We get through them, we recover through them, but we have to make sure we do so together. And so today we'll have a special meeting that'll have a number of special features, including hearing from our immigrant rights leaders, hearing from our police department, and hearing from our city attorney about what they're doing with regard to our relationship with the federal government. But we wanted to begin all of that, this conversation today, with the leadership of some of our faith leaders from around the city, from various faiths, various genders, and various traditions. And so I'm going to call the clergy up to the desk of the president and ask a few of them to lead us and start us off with a prayer on behalf of our city.
No. I thought I get to sit in the big chair. I made it. Check 1, 2. Check 1. In the name of the Creator, most merciful, most gracious. My name is Umar Hakeem, in Courage Foundation. I'm in the board chair of LA Voice. We are LA Voice. We are a federation of 70 congregations, denomination partners, alongside with faith-rooted organizations like CLU, like the Episcopal Diocese, Proyecto Pastoral, Mateo 27, and partners outside of Los Angeles City are moving together in nonviolence every day. We believe we are imbued with the divine spark of human security, and we call on all federal government to de-escalate and to cease violence against our family members, community members, fellow congregants, worship leaders, garment workers, union members, and all who have been targeted. We call on all people to do their part to infuse our city, our county, our country, and protest with the power of soul force, the power of nonviolence. We must be as we want others to be, seek peace and be peaceful. We call on all people to pray for health, security, and protection for this city and over all the council members, the mayor, the council members, and all staff. We ask the Creator to bless this council, our mayor, and all of our civic leaders with the wisdom to lead. We ask a blessing on business leaders and labor leaders in this movement. And especially we ask a blessing and protection and healing over all our terrified families who have come here seeking a better life, a blessing on them, and those who love. Thinking about my mom, she came here in 1960 as an immigrant from South America. And if she wasn't given a chance, I may not be here in this situation. Back to the speech. We ask a blessing and protection and healing over all our terrified families who have come here seeking a better life, a blessing on them and those who love them and know them. Tonight, I invite you, everybody, to come tonight at Grand Park at 6 p.m. for a prayer vigil in a spirit of nonviolence, for care, and for our families. So the invitation is extended to everyone that's here to join us at 6 p.m. at Grand Park. Thank you.
Let's pray. Oremos. Lord of heaven and earth, thank you, gracias, for walking amongst us as an immigrant, for being born into a family that knew what it meant to be treated with fear, suspicion, and cruelty. You know the pain of exile, and you walk closely with those who are displaced. Thank you for the immigrants of our city, my people, mi gente, who pay taxes, sustain our economy, teach their children that every life is sacred, and invest daily in the future of our city and nation. These are people who embody American ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As a representative of the faith community, I bless our city's leadership with discernment, with understanding, with mutual understanding, and with wisdom like that of Solomon. May they lead with bold innovation and outside-the-box solutions and craft practical, fair solutions that protect and serve all Angelenos. Let us stand with moral courage and resistance, nonviolent resistance, as our ancestors did. Let us raise our voices for those who cannot speak. Let us remember the Hebrew midwives before Pharaoh. Let us remember Jesus before Pilate. Let us remember Gandhi in India. Let us remember Dr. King and John Lewis in Selma. Let us remember Oscar Romero in El Salvador. Let us remember Rosa Parks in Birmingham. Let us remember Frederick Douglass in Massachusetts. Let us remember Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez in Delano. We pray for a peace in our city that is real, local, and enduring. A peace not dependent on those far away, but rooted in our shared courage, faith, and communal solidarity. Amen.
Eloheinu velohe avotenu v'imotenu, our God and God of our ancestors, we gather today with broken hearts and yearning hearts. We stand here in solidarity with each other, people of every faith and none, every race, ethnicity, and background. Our safety is in our solidarity. We here in LA keep each other safe. We are a city of immigrants, and we are proud of that. We always have been. We grieve the removal of our family, friends, neighbors, siblings, community from the depths of our soul. We stand heartbroken, yet hopeful that a different world is possible. We stand strong, yet calm and peaceful. Our traditions have generation of nonviolent protest. They have modeled that for us in this city for as long as we can remember. We stand on their shoulders. In our tradition, the word for peace, shalom, shares the same root as the word for whole, shalem. Peace only comes from wholeness. I pray for a whole Los Angeles, a peaceful Los Angeles, a Los Angeles where people can go to work and school and graduation and Home Depot and come home uneventfully, where we continue to honor and uplift the dignity of all our immigrants. Please, God, help us remember who we are. Or for you are the source of life, and in your light we too are bathed in light. Amen.
Thank you again to the members of the clergy for helping us set the tone for today's discussion. Members, we've got quite a meaty agenda that we will begin with public comment at this time, but know that we will, in addition to the items in our agenda, including a closed session, we will hear from our immigrant rights advocates, Los Angeles Police Department, City Attorney, regarding the events of this past weekend. And so with that, I'll ask the clerk and the city attorney to prepare us for public comment.
Mr. President, would council like to recess the regular meeting and convene the special meeting, sir?
As long as that takes care of public comment for both meetings.
It does not, sir.
It does not. So let's do public comment and then recess the regular meeting and go to the special meeting.
To people providing public comment, when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to. You will have 1 minute per item, up to 3 minutes total for the items open for public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you are not on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you are on topic, you will get one brief warning from me or the council president. At that point, you need to get immediately and clearly on topic. If you do not do so, or if you again stray off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we will move on to the next speaker. The items open for public comment on the agenda are items 1 through 11 and items 18 through 35 and item 52. So again, the items that are open for public comment on the agenda, this is for the regular meeting, are items 1 through 11, items 18 through 35, and item 52. Members of the public may also speak for up to 1 minute for general public comment. During general public comment, members of the public may speak to any of the items or anything else in the city's subject matter jurisdiction. I have a couple more announcements. If I can have the interpreters make this first one aloud to the room, please. If you require a Spanish language interpreter, please make sure to pause every few sentences so the interpreters can interpret.
Si usted requiere de interpretación en español, le pedimos que por favor haga una pausa entre oraciones para que el intérprete pueda hacer la traducción.
Don't worry, we will pause your time while the interpreters are interpreting, so you will get the same amount of time as everyone else. Thank you.
No se preocupe porque el tiempo de interpretación no se le tomará en cuenta de tal manera que usted tendrá el mismo tiempo de hablar que todos los demás. Gracias.
Couple more brief announcements. And for those of you who are in the room, I'm sure you've seen, you may see or hear some offensive conduct or comments today or conduct today. For that, we do apologize. It does not reflect the views of this city, of this body collectively, or individually, or anyone around this horseshoe. The quickest way to get through it is through patience and to just let it play out. Again, we do apologize. If you do not want to listen, I would note that state law, the Brown Act that governs these meetings, does not require you, the members of the audience, to listen. So if you would like to step out during public comment, you're more than welcome to do so. You're also welcome to pop in headphones or do whatever you need to do. One final announcement. The order in which we take public comment is at random. It is randomly generated. So I would ask that in order to accommodate as many people as possible, that you please wait until you hear the name that you called out before lining up. So once the name that you signed up under, sorry. So once you hear the name that you signed up under, please feel free to line up in any order on your left-hand side of the council chambers. Thank you.
I will now call names to come up and speak. Antonia Aguilar Cole, Audit LA, Guisha Figueroa,
Good morning. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak on all motherfucking items and report to the business of the city council in my re-election for Wayne Spindler for council
Great.
district.
This is not on the agenda. This is your first and only warning. Stick to the agenda items for
All
the
right,
first 3 minutes, or
motherfucker,
I'm going to move you to general public comment.
K here. Proposition K for kids. Kids get kicks. You know that? Set up accounts for the goddamn pursuit instructions for the goddamn administration fund for kicks and kids. All the other kids with their pumped up K's want to celebrate the grant agreements. All the other kids with a pumped up K on Proposition K. Am I on topic, dickhead? Now
You are, but you're at
side
risk of being repetitive, so please
Item
continue.
number 3, hearing comments relative to the application for more alcohol, more consumption, and more lawlessness, more terrorism, more looting, and all this graffiti art that we must thank the mayor for, everybody. Let's get an applause from Smoke and Scan. Let's get an applause from LA Times in the report about how alcohol can affect the mental health and the ability of one black motherfucker here like me to speak about item number 3 for alcohol. Thank you, Your Honor. Look at here, number 5. Nah, he said not 5, he said 6. I don't live in 6, I'll do number 6. Oh, item number 9, CD 14. CD 14, street in Huntington Drive, street lighting. Well, let me shed some light with you on LA Times California section on CD 14. What happened with your 2 staffers? She didn't put the lights on. They didn't put the lights on. They rather put their terrorist actions against the Popo police.
Mr. Herman, this is not on the agenda. You're welcome to speak to it during general if you'd like. You've already been warned. This is your last opportunity.
On the matter of importance. Don't deny me the protest and confirmation of assessment, nigga. I know that I'm trying to adopt the accompanying Los Angeles administrator, motherfucker. Government Code Section 53-753 for the record. Fuck the police. Now into my non-agenda public
You have 1 minute.
You racist piece of shit. Dirty, dirty, dirty nigga. Brandenburg versus Ohio. And my new authorized shirt from Cayenne West is a symbol of my dedication to the black community that I support. Cohen versus California is what I'm talking about. Brandenburg versus Ohio.
All right. Mr. Herman, you come to this meeting almost every day. Do not yell into the microphone. As we've explained numerous times before, we have interpreters who are wearing headphones and it goes directly into their ears. Not only is it annoying, it can actually damage their eardrums. So do not yell into the microphone. Thank you.
Speaking politely about Donald Trump and the Marines. Thank you, Donald Trump. New scum and the mayor of Los Angeles has failed all of you by line. Where are the motherfucking benefits for the illegals here? There are none. You're a bunch of racketeering criminals.
Speaker, your time has expired. Next speaker.
I'd like to call up more names. Sandy Wu, Christopher Dorner, Brianna Taylor.
Thank God he's alive.
Good morning, Speaker. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
So number 3, we got the big fat fuck Ulysses Hernandez, known as Hamburger Hernandez, opening up alcohol establishments so people get drunk. And what happens in City 1 when people get drunk? Well, they set fires, and they tag, and they burn, and they abuse and traffic women, all in violation of federal and state law. So on behalf of 18 U.S.C. 341, fuck number 3. And then we get to this motherfucking liquor license for CD12, represented by an FBI target, John Lee Staffer, be the demon. over there at the Liquid Party Works. There, what do we have in here? A liquid party? There's no liquid party. You get drunk, you get fucked up, and you crash your car into a pregnant woman, and then you get charged with 2 counts of vehicular manslaughter. So I'd say no to this motherfucker. Now we get to these other motherfuckers, including a closed session item over here. These LA Alliance, that's Judge Carter. Judge Carter only give you a 30-day extension to answer. Where is the $2 billion that Moni Rodriguez has been looking for? And how about that little parrot cheerleader bitch Imelda? She wants to know where the $2 billion goes. She's got 69 homeless people living by the 405. That's a poverty. What a shame. Living in squalor. People of color. I can't believe you allowing this shit to go on. But you don't care. And then we have, let's circle back to Circle K, KKK assessments for children. The children whose parents are being removed. The children who being trafficked by Ulysses Hernandez and sent over to that demon over there, Karen Price, to be trafficked on Figueroa at 77th, known as the Peace Treaty. How can you allow this to go on? How can you allow children to be abused and pay tax money for it? How in the world can Ulysses Hernandez be stuffing her face during these crisis times? But that's what she's doing right now.
Not on the agenda. Stick to the agenda items. I'm going to move you to general public comment.
Then we get to CD10, the unelected Heather Cunt Hunt, known as the Cunt Hunt, South Carolina.
All right, general public comment.
Now we get to the general. Now, 2 steppers were arrested, so now we have them working for her father. Her father works for the city controller. So how come we're paying terrorists, Bob, for our city tax dollars to undermine public safety, in addition to the deputy mayor who was indicted? Did you know that the deputy mayor, Brian K. Williams, used the randomizer of Mr. City Attorney and got lucky to get his childhood friend assigned to his criminal case? Let's give him a hand. But some motherfucker stopped it. Who stopped it? I think Marchese stopped it. I think Marchese's an FBI snitch. I think Marchese's turning on everybody. I think Marchese's behind it all. Marchese, you are a goddamn snitch.
Speaker, your time has expired. Next speaker.
For the record, Councilwoman Heather Hutt was elected to the City Council and won her election by over 35 points. For the record.
Before the next speaker speaks, I'd like to call up more names. Candido, Angela Jimenez, Christopher Martinez, Jason Jenkins, Dorcia White-Brake, Sam Wong.
Good morning, Speaker. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
What's up, my homie? What's up, dog? Let's start with item number 3. It's about the alcohol consumption in the Council District 1. I'm not surprised that Council District 1, under the leadership of Hernandez, has the #1 DUI in the city. I am not surprised that she continued to advocate the alcohol use in some sort of a Telegram ballroom, ballroom that where people, kids, young teenagers, or whatever kids hang out on a regular basis. She continued to advocate use of alcohol with underage children. There's no surprise that so many people get killed by the DUI driver because our council member Hernandez continue to encourage either you are a teenager, either you are a kid, either you are an adult, continue to use alcohol instead of saying, hey, let's you consume alcohol a little bit less. Now let's move on to item number 28. Item 28 is about the rooftop Korean Town Youth and Community Center for a community beautification project. This project is long overdue. Why? Because our council, because our mayor, because our district attorney and our city attorney put all the money to the black neighborhood. That there's no money, no funding for any Korean neighborhood in Korean town. There's no services in Tokyo. There's no services in whatever little Thai town, whatever, because the city council put all the money to supporting Black Lives Matter and all the blacks neighborhood. So this is exactly the definition of racist. So I am here to advocate a rooftop Korean town beautification project because this project was originally initiated in 1992 during the Black Lives Matter riot in 1992. And then right now, 30, 40 years later, you are doing it right now. Too late. Now let's move on to item number 53, which is your favorite city attorney. It's about federal immigration.
So item number 53 is not currently open for public comment. This is the regular meeting. So please stick to the agenda items.
All right, no surprise, no surprise. Now let's move on to talking about the street lighting. There are several issues on the agenda item talking about street lighting. And then again, I spoke with Sergeant Duarte numerous times that so many streets on numerous council district 1 that they don't really have a functioning street lighting in the late night. So there's no surprise that some people get run over. There's no surprise, a dog get run over. There's no surprise that a police run over someone or someone run over the police. There's no surprise because you cannot even put the street light on, city attorney. Thank you very much, council president. Continue to Black Lives Matter. Tell me that how does your Black Lives Matter light up your street? Now, let's move on to a general talking about your federal immigration. Yes, I am here to advocate all the Korean community. We stand on the rooftop in 1992. We stand on the rooftop in 2020. And then right now, we are going to stand on rooftop on 2025. We're going to defend our home. We're going to defend our business. We're going to defend our LAPD. We're going to defend all of our federal law enforcement officers. So my grandfather did that on the rooftop. My father did it on the rooftop, and I'm gonna do that on the rooftop, and then my kids, my future generation of 3-inch shrimp will do that on the rooftop. So we are not tolerated all of the looter, rioter, and all of your Black Lives Matter nonsense. If you cannot protect me, I will protect myself. If LAPD doesn't care about my safety, I will take care of myself. So all of the rooftop Korea, we are here, we never leave. We are here, rooftop.
Before the next speaker speaks, I'd like to call up more names. Brian K. Williams, Jay Attorney, Manny Diaz, Bill K. Jesus, Estuardo Mazariegos, Eloriaga, John Orqueza, Andrew Gravener.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Buenos días. Necesito traducción, por favor.
Good morning. I need an interpreter, please.
Buenos días a todos. Vengo aquí como, mi nombre es Angelina Jiménez, pertenezco al Distrito 8 y vengo aquí para apoyar a los inquilinos.
Jiménez. I belong to District 8. I'm here to support the Angelinos.
Estoy de acuerdo con el 3%.
I agree with 3%.
Y vengo aquí no a hablarle al presidente Macuis, sino vengo a hablarle aquí y pedirle de favor a mi concejal del Distrito 8.
I'm not here to talk to the President Macuis, but I'm here to talk to my council member.
Que por favor nos apoye. No quiero ver más familias en la calle.
Please support us. I don't want to see any more families on the street.
Si yo con una casita que tengo para rentar, estoy tratando de apoyar a los inquilinos, ayudarlos en lo más que puedo.
Myself, with a little house that I have, and trying to help the tenants with, as much as I can.
No entiendo cómo los demás que tienen un poco más que yo no lo puedan hacer.
I don't understand how many others that have a little bit more than myself cannot do that.
Estoy de acuerdo en que las familias permanezcan en sus casas.
I agree. Families should stay at their homes.
Se los voy a dejar de tarea a todos, por favor, piénsenlo y les doy las gracias de antemano.
I'm going to leave that as homework for all of you. Please think about it and thank you in advance.
Que Dios los bendiga a todos.
May God bless you all.
I'll call up more names. Rodney K., Quinn, Kanye W., Robert G., Hassan Zuniga, Zara Ortiz, Bill Aceli.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
General comments and item number 1.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Martinez, son of Mexican immigrants. What we see going on at the hands of the current federal administration is horrendous and rooted in racism. The tactics used to identify illegal immigrants is racist. Hispanics are being targeted because of the color of their skin. They're dragged out of their cars, chased, and cornered by agents who are refusing to identify themselves, essentially being kidnapped, all just to meet a federally racist quota. These are extreme tactics used to kidnap mothers, fathers, and grandparents. These people are our neighbors, waiters, chefs, and community pillars. Our community is not safe. I guarantee that if your mother or pregnant wife had their car window broken and were dragged out and arrested by someone who is unidentifiable or did not identify themselves, there wouldn't be a peaceful cell in your body. Dr. King said the riots are the voice of the unheard. As Angelinos, we know we're not at that point yet, and this council could help prevent that. We are the largest and most capable city within the 4th largest economy in the world.
General.
Prayers are just words if not followed with action. I implore you to do whatever you can to combat this. And if you already are, I greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time.
All items and general public comment.
Okay, good morning. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
All right, item 29 is calls for giving city funds to the police foundation. So this is the foundation that ostensibly gives donations for stuff that the city isn't funding or things like that. And of course, there's a lot of concerns about those sources of funding too. And any donations in general is a problem. But we have this here, we're giving city funds to the police foundation, taking it from other city funds, and it's a backdoor way of giving more money to the LAPD without making it, and funding all kinds of, frivolous parties that they hold, which is an awful lot of what they, or buying all kinds of military equipment, and it's a backdoor way of doing that without making it look like that the city is actually funding those things. So that's what item 29 seeks to do. So we have a few motions to light up City Hall, which is where you spend $400 to make it look like you're doing something and care about an issue, when really you're doing absolutely nothing about that issue and don't actually care. We light up City Hall. You light up City Hall for North Macedonia, looks like, for a nightclub fire there. But again, we have item 32. Which is lighting up City Hall for Pride, while we have a police force, I'll talk about a little bit in a minute here, who is constantly brutalizes, attacks members of the LGBTQ community, kills them like Linda Becerra Moran, things like that. And you've got, what are you doing to protect the LGBTQ community from Trump's continuous attacks on the LGBTQ community, but you'll light up City Hall and make it look like you care when you really aren't doing anything. We have item 33, which is funding for fireworks enforcement and overtime patrols in CD2 for July 4th. So is this where the LAPD is going to go take fireworks, gather them all together, get the press together, and then blow up a neighborhood like they've done before? So this is what they often do when they get fireworks, is they go and they blow up a neighborhood. And that neighborhood the LAPD blew up a few years ago is still recovering from all of that. I think people are still displaced from it. But keep having the LAPD collect more fireworks and keep, and then they can go and blow up a neighborhood, I guess. All right, let's move on to general public comment.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Okay. I'm glad John Lee's here. What's with your statement, John? What was with your statement the other day? Because you seemed very unconcerned about what's going on, and you seem like you were more concerned about property damage and things like that. What we've got here, and we'll have more time to speak on this later, of course, but what we have here is that Trump has decided to attack LA here with these mass immigration raids, and we've got the National Guard, we've got the Marines coming here, all ordered by Trump to be violent towards protesters. We've got the LAPD firing, what was it? They said like over 400, 600 less lethal munitions over the last few days at people, injuring people, attacking people who just are against what Trump is doing, and what Trump is doing is violence, and you all need to be speaking out more.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
A non-agenda item.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is John Urquiza. I'm from CD14. I spent the last year as a community organizer, last 10 years as a community organizer, but I'm also a landlord, and I'm here to support the Keep LA House Coalition's recommendation of 3% cap with no floor, no rent banking, no increases for utilities or additional occupants. In my years as a landlord, I've not seen a utility increase that supersedes the 3% cap. You can put them all together and aggregate them, and you still don't reach 3%. So let's keep 3%. It's an unnecessary change. 5% is an automatic eviction for most tenants. Also, I want to speak about the additional occupants, the 10% bump. Adding those is non-fair because in some neighborhoods you have similar buildings where you'll have a $2,800 apartment and an $1,800 apartment, but they're both going to be charged with a 10% bump. I think those need to be negotiated through the lease.
Speaker, your time has expired. Next speaker. And as we're waiting for the next speaker to come up, if you run out of time or if your name is not called because we run out of time for speakers, you're always welcome to provide written public comment at lacouncilcomment.com. Again, that is lacouncilcomment.com. You can find that URL at the top of every council agenda. You can also do a quick Google search and it should be the first thing that pops up. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Public comment.
So you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah. So really pretty quick, as you heard, Councilmember Marquise, we have some small landlords that would like to follow up with you on a meeting. It's just not ACE. There's also other organizations like Scope, Coco, who I know has been reaching out to you in the last 2 weeks. It would be nice to meet with you, Councilmember, to be able to discuss the conversation around the small landlords that you might have doubts. There is a lot of the conversation happening not just in District 8, happening around the city of Los Angeles with different offices. So it would be nice and refreshing to make sure that you can hear from your small landlord constituents that are supporting, something to house tenants and to not create more homelessness. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to call up more names. Daisy Quiones, Florence Griffith, Grace, Hamid Khan, Hobbs Rick, L. Wayne, Luis Aguilar Co, Lynn Moses.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
General public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
What a terrible morning it is for you. All around the city, the people of Los Angeles have stood up against the mass state-facilitated abductions, and all the while you, the people sitting up here, chose to show your true white supremacism as you sat back and watched as hundreds of cops beat the people of the city. What power you have to command pigs to sit atop horses and literally physically trample people. This city is defending itself against the vile ways you have been collaborating with ICE and immigration enforcement, while your stance has been to double down on behalf of ICE and fire thousands of rubber bullets at the people defending themselves. This is your violence in the streets, but it is underscored by your violence that happens at all hours of every day. While you sit up there talking about a sanctuary city, You greenlight the programs that facilitate mass deportations without you even having to lift a finger. Your automatic license plate readers, fusion centers, and real-time crime centers allow people to be tracked, surveilled, and hunted so that you can focus instead on hiding the violence of the pigs on the street.
Next speaker. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Number 3.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning. My name is Manny Diaz. I'm here to speak in favor of the public convenience and necessity letter for a Type 90 alcoholic beverage control license at the Terragon Ballroom. Terragon Ballroom has been operating as a music venue at this location since 2014, and that year the planning department approved their CUB request and again approved their subsequent request in 2019. These processes involved extensive reviews of security plans and noise mitigation strategies and involved a great deal of community outreach. I'll also note that the 2 conditional use permit requests received support from the local neighborhood council. As part of the ABC requirement for this license, the applicants noticed every resident within 500 feet. They put in a poster up on the window for 30 days, and there was no comments or opposition made to the ABC for this request. It's important to note that no additional licenses will be added to the neighborhood. As a result of this approval, the operations will remain unchanged. It's just a procedural requirement for the PCN because the state legislature hasn't carved out an exception for a PCN letter for that license. Thank you.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hi, this is General Comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
My name is Daisy Quinones. I reside in CD1. Sunday at approximately 2:45 p.m., we Latinos gathered to exercise our First Amendment rights. The LAPD pushed on us to leave. They claimed an incitement on us. They popped rubber bullets and tear gas and got aggressive and violent. Law enforcement and the mayor lie. And they say we, the people, particularly brown people, are inciting violence. That's a lie, ladies and gentlemen. You are in this position, all of you, to speak up for us and stop this ongoing oppression. I'm here to tell you that LAPD and news outlets twist the narrative and say we are violent and we are assembled in peace. We are seeing the discrimination with our own very eyes, and we're not dumb. Do something for us. Stand up for us. Thank
Speaker,
you.
your time has expired. Next speaker.
Before the next speaker speaks, I'd like to call up more names. M. Rooftop, Veronica Huerta, Sister Estrella, Magan, Red Chief, Matios.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
All items in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
What's happening in Los Angeles right now is an occupation. LAPD, backed by mutual aid from departments across the county, has unleashed a counterinsurgency campaign against the people.
Okay, can we pause our time really quick? So, Speaker, you've asked for all items, so I'm going to ask that you stick to the items for the first 3 minutes. You're welcome to speak during general if you'd like. There's also going to be a special meeting for which there will be public comment on this issue as well. So,
Okay.
I apologize. So, go ahead. If there are items you'd like to speak to, please do those first before moving to general.
I'll do item 53.
Okay, go ahead.
So, in
Right,
relation
sorry,
to item 50,
you said item 53 is a part of the special agenda. So there will be a separate public comment period for that item later on in the meeting, which you can sign up for if you would like to.
okay, I'll just do general then right now.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
You tell us LA is a sanctuary city, but how can you call this a sanctuary city when the entire city functions as an information sharing battlefield? LAPD isn't just out in the streets. They're inside our phones, our homes, our networks. They collect field interview cards filled with gang labels and birthplaces, stream live body cam footage and street camera feeds, harvest phones contents with Cellbrite, and track our every movements through ALPRs. All of this feeds into a violent data infrastructure, COPLink, JDIC, NCIC, JRIC, designed to criminalize and cage. Every pixel captured, every record uploaded, every data point analyzed is a weapon. Surveillance is not passive, it is preemptive violence. It builds a case for raids, it builds a map for ICE, and all of you, every single one of you has funded this. You approved the contracts, you voted for the grants, and you rubber-stamped expansion. You're complicit in the construction of a carceral death machine, and every minute you let it run, you're helping disappear our people. You're not neutral, you're not victims of lack of oversight, you're perpetrators of state violence.
And as we're waiting for the next speaker to come up, just as a general announcement to the public, so the reason why we have to monitor the time is we have to give everybody roughly the same amount of time. That is a Brown Act requirement. So if you are here to speak about an agenda item, we're going to try and keep you closely on that agenda item. If we give anybody additional time, that means we have to give everyone additional time. And we've seen the first few speakers that we've had. So good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
I'm going to speak on all items, but start with general comments.
So just to be consistent with the rules, I'm going to ask that you stick with the items first, and then you can move to general if you'd like. So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I want to say that this lecture about being violent is just completely performative. People are never violent. It's the state that is violent. You legislate violence, you fund violence, you operationalize violence, and you enforce violence.
So
I'll speak my general comment.
Okay.
All right, just cut the rest of the shit. I'll speak on a general comment.
Okay, so 1 minute for general public
I'll speak for 1 minute. Because as you're looking at these counterinsurgency operations on the street, what people are not seeing is the 24/7 information sharing environment that is completely a false sanctuary city. Shame on the nonprofits, shame on the complicity of the city council for giving the people of Los Angeles false assurances. LAPD on the regular acts as an information gatherer, tracker for DHS, ICE, and FBI. LAPD shares real-time data with federal agencies through fusion centers and Joint Regional Intelligence Center. LAPD arbitrarily labels immigrants as gang-affiliated, which then becomes a basis for federal authorities to detain, banish, and torture them. LAPD reports on individuals through Suspicious Activity Reporting Program, DHS Homeland Security Information Network mobile apps. LAPD participates with federal agencies on a wide range of multi-agency task forces, sharing information and resources that can result in collateral arrest. LAPD acts as an alert for DHS and ICE by sending fingerprints of every person through record management systems, through real-time crime
Speaker,
centers,
your time has
through license
expired.
plate readers,
Next
through
speaker.
social media.
So, Speaker, your time has expired. You are now disrupting this meeting. We can appreciate what you're saying. There will be an opportunity. Speaker, this is your first and only warning. Please do not continue to disrupt this meeting. We have other speakers who have signed up and are waiting. I need you to vacate the podium. There will be another opportunity during the special meeting. Oh, Speaker, this is your second warning. Please do not continue to disrupt this meeting.
General comment?
Good morning. You have 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Marquise said that the LAP didn't want the feds here, but they sure scurried over real fast to protect them on their behalf, trampling them with horses, shooting at them, beating them with sticks, tear gassing them, protesters trying to stop the kidnappings and deportations in a meaningful way, which is more than I can say for any of you useless fucks. But what we are seeing the past few days is just the invisible made visible. LAPD protects ICE, not this community, and they've been doing it for years, collaborating with them via data sharing, with their surveillance and stalking of our citizens, automatic license plates readers, body-worn video, field interview cards, social media surveillance, cell phone readers, suspicious activity reports, all of that uploaded into databases shared with ICE and other federal agencies. Stop LAPD Spying Coalition has it clearly laid out in a recent letter to the Board of Police Commissioners on their website. Funding of LAPD is funding of ICE, and shame on all of you for doing it.
Next speaker. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Do I need to know the specific number, or can I tell you the content of the agenda item?
Generally, because there's so many items on the agenda, it's best if you tell us the number, or else I won't
can
be able
get
to
pretty specific. The one having to do with the Koreatown Youth Community Center, the
Okay.
donation there. And then there's one about the Los Angeles Police Foundation donation from CD5, I believe, like
Okay.
resources from CD5. And then general public comment.
Okay, so we have 2 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Okay. On city funds going to the Koreatown Youth Community Center, I think that's great. I think youth should have resources. Because oftentimes when the city funds programs for youth, it's to criminalize them. One example is when this council passed through Department of Homeland Security funding for countering violent extremism. Now, right now, there's a lot of public outrage around the DHS and how they're being explicitly racist, but they've been racist. They've had frameworks that have been explicitly racist for a while. And I want to highlight, Marquise, if you could just listen real quick. Marquise, this is Marquise. Councilmember Harris Dawson, please. Council, if you could just listen. This, what I'm talking about has to do with you specifically. So this city council passed through funding to pass through a racist risk assessment program to monitor youth. And the breaking vote was Marquise Harris Dawson. He was actually the one supporting it. So when we talk about a racist DHS presence in LA, Marquise was the one that ushered the program that targeted youth long before these troops arrived here. And on the funding going from CD5 to the Los Angeles Police Foundation, let's be clear, you know, there's, again, the same kind of liberal outrage, outcry. You guys are sleepy as fuck. You've had your very explicit supporters for this kind of racist violence, McCosker, Lee. Lee needs a cup of coffee, it looks like. But you guys have all supported this time and time again through funding. You know that LAPD has collaborated with DHS, whether through task force or integrated systems. And for you liberals out there, the people that would be progressives, you've touted sanctuary. Where's the sanctuary now? Where is it playing out? You've got troops on the ground. And lastly, I'll just say, LAPD has been lockstep with DHS, ICE, FBI. And this is a fucking sham. I'm glad these halls are empty. I'm really glad nobody's here wasting their fucking time. It's indicative of the fact that nobody believes in you fuckers anymore.
All right, that closes public comment. I'll ask that folks stop disrupting the meeting. We have a woman in the back who continues to shout out, as well as my good friend Hamid, who is leaving. All right, Mr. Clerk, I believe now we can recess the regular and go to the special.
Yes, sir, and if I may call the roll.
All right.
Blumenfield, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Jurado, Lee, McOsker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky, 15 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right. Our first order of business will be, and again, members, we will hear from in this order, our immigrant rights advocate, the Los Angeles Police Department, and our Los Angeles City Attorney. So I will call to the center table for testimony the leader of the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, Los Angeles, one of the leading immigrant rights organizations. And I should note for the record, there are several immigrant rights organizations in the city. We have a special relationship with CHIRLA, as CHIRLA is a contractor with the city to help provide and facilitate defense for immigrants in this city. I'm going to ask Angelica, the leader of this organization, to give us a brief report, after which council will ask you questions and engage in some discussion.
Thank you so much, everybody, all our members here in City Council, and Council President Harris Dawson for inviting me here. What I wanted to do is just give an overview of what has actually happened in the last week in relation to enforcement in our city.
Mike, a little closer. Okay.
Should I continue? Yes? Okay. So I wanted to give an overview of all the enforcement activity that has happened in the city of Los Angeles in the last week. We have two different operations happening at the same time. So the first one that I want to talk to you about is Los Angeles Federal Immigration Building Enforcement. This has started on approximately May 23rd, but it's ongoing. This is enforcement that is happening at ICE check-ins, USCIS interviews, asylum hearings, and other immigration matters. Enforcement is not just individual, with the individual who has the immigration matter, but of other individuals who are accompanying the applicant, and that includes family members and even children. Detention capacity has been reached. We have attorney testimonies of their clients being detained even at the Roybal Federal Building instead of the Metropolitan.
One second, it's me, Angelica. Sorry. Colleagues around the horseshoe, please, it's really hard to hear. Can we just take a moment so we can hear it clearly, please? Thank
Yeah,
you.
if we could take a moment, and there's a lot of running and jumping around. It looks like some people are doing somersaults in the pews. I'll just ask our sergeants if they can monitor that behavior and make sure we can hear clearly from the witness today.
Okay. I will continue. So the enforcement is happening in ICE check-ins and USCIS interviews, asylum hearings, etc. Detaining not just the applicant, but their family members, including children, who are then being detained alongside their families. We have several cases of individuals where children have been actually deported with their parents. Attorneys have went in to investigate and provide legal counsel to these individuals, and what we unfortunately were denied access. So then beginning on Friday, June 6th, what we saw was warrantless arrests and mass racial profiling. We received a tip from a national newspaper that DHS had alerted them to massive raids in the city of Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Rapid Response Network, made up of 23 organizations and with over 30 trained volunteers, was activated. We received over 1,000 calls on our rapid response hotline, as well as our front desk, of community sightings of ICE throughout the city and throughout the day. We were able to confirm 7 of these immigration enforcement actions. We had one company, Ambiance, but this company was hit in 2 different locations, one on 9th and Stratford, and one on 15th and Santa Fe. Approximately 35 workers were taken at both sites. On the 15th and Santa Fe site, that is where David Huerta was arrested. We also had enforcement at city day labor centers. On Union and Wilshire, there were 6 workers taken. The day labor center is adjacent to Gratz Elementary School and Academy. While the raid was happening, there was actually a graduation, and the school had to go into lockdown. There was also enforcement that happened at the Day Labor Center at Cypress Park in Home Depot. Approximately 25 day laborers and street vendors were arrested at site. Based on the testimony, witnesses, etc., racial profiling was rampant. There was somebody picked up at a shopping center at a donut shop on Hoover and 8th Street near our sister organization, Carecen. There were street arrests of people walking at sidewalks. We have 3 different sites confirmed where people were picked up. We have witnesses and video footage. Our rapid response legal team, Chair Lacares and ACLU, Immigrant Defenders, and other pro bono volunteer attorneys went to B18 to wait for arrestees and to look for individuals whose names were given by family members through the hotline. No access was given to attorneys or family members of those detained, either of those who were detained in the courtrooms or in the federal building or those in the street raids. Attorneys were told to return at 8 a.m. on Saturday. On Saturday, June 7th at 8 a.m., the Rapid Response Legal team arrived with family members to see these detainees. No legal access was granted. Congress members Jimmy Gomez, Lou Correa, Norma Torres, and Luz Rivas accompanied our attorneys to inspect the detention center, given the reports of overflow conditions and no access to water, etc. Again, no access granted. We, however, witnessed federal agents shuttling detainees into vans in the parking lot and witnessed over 9 vans leaving the detainees from the site. I deployed an organizer to the Adelanto Detention Processing Center to see if they were sent there. We were not talked to, we were not given where they were going to go, but the organizing confirmed that 13 vans did arrive from Los Angeles and California, and an employee stated that many more were to come. On Saturday, we received over 2,000 calls on our hotline and our front desk of sightings of immigration. Many of them came from Paramount, California. So approximately at 9 a.m., we began receiving reports of raids in Paramount, California. Legal observers were sent to the site, and the presence of federal immigration agents were confirmed. Assembly member Solache confirmed to me that he could see approximately 50 agents on site. Congress member Nanette Barragan's district staff was also present throughout the day. During our conversations, I could hear the tear gas bangs of being sent to the point that we had to cut communication because she did not feel safe. We confirmed it was a staging area for more enforcement throughout the region. Federal agents created checkpoints. Cars were stopped by agents, and people began to be asked about their immigration status. All of this confirmed by witnesses and video. Protesters arrived, and federal agents shot tear gas into the crowd. On Sunday, we went to the rapid response legal team, went to Adelanto once, and this again, Chirla, ACLU, and ICIJ, and I've been present in all of this, so I was there as well. We arrived with Congress members Derek Tran, Judy Chu, Gil Cisneros at 9 a.m. sharp. When we arrived, the employees ran to the gates and locked the gates with padlocks. Family members of those impacted by the tensions in the court, as well as on the street on Friday, also arrived. They had been waiting since Saturday to see their different family members, many sent to different locations. We were not given access. Access was denied in the morning, the gates were locked, people would not even talk to us, and they were not willing to speak to members of Congress or lawyers. At approximately 1 o'clock, we finally had a confirmation as we left, because we left around 12:30, that one lawyer was allowed, but inside the waiting area, waited 4 hours to see one single client. We also got a report of a family member of whose father was detained in the Ambiance location. She was only allowed to, she was told that her father was there, but she was not allowed to see him. This young woman has been waiting outside of the detention center here in downtown for 2 days, went to Adelanto, and only could now know that her father was there. So driving back from Adelanto, we got word that in Culver City, California, we confirmed a worksite raid at a car wash where 12 workers were arrested. Inglewood, California, we had another worksite raid on Sunday. Car wash workers, approximately 10 workers were arrested. Sightings in Pasadena, which we then later confirmed was a place of lodging for the federal agents. And so that was Sunday. On Monday, yesterday, we have confirmation of, at Huntington Park in Home Depot, 7 people arrested, day laborers. In Cerritos, next to a community college, the Cerrito Community College had to go on lockdown. In Whittier, we had the library, the public library in City Hall, where agents were present, a car wash, worksite raid, and then since some workers actually ran from the site, immigration authorities roamed the neighborhood looking for these workers and knocking on doors. We had a worksite raid in Santa Monica in a nursing home where workers were also taken. Then outside of our county, we had confirmation of Westminster worksite where roofers were taken off the roof. Also activity in Santa Ana, California. Attorneys, again, traveled to Adelanto and Desert View detention facilities. They were only able to see, once again, one person, so I want you to understand, 2 people have yet to be seen. Hundreds have been picked up, 2 people have been seen. The detention staff stated that they were at low capacity for attorney visits, even though no attorneys came out. They were able to confirm 17 people on a list that we had, but nothing more. Immigrant defenders were told that detainees were not allowed to make calls on Saturday or Sunday because of internet issues. They stated that they have so many people that they are not done processing the people, and that many people are actually in holding areas with no bed assignments. That means that they're sleeping on the floors. We have reports of family members that state that they're being coerced into signing their voluntary departure notices, waiving their rights. If they don't sign them, they were going to be fined $5,000. A wife of one of the detainees called Chirla to ask us what to do because her husband says we don't have $5,000 to pay DHS because this is part of the alien registration and the fines. We told the wife, stay strong, stay firm, don't sign anything until you get a lawyer. We estimate that well over 300 people have been detained in the past week. However, we have not had access to those to those detainees by lawyers. Our demands, we need to stop the raids and stop the military takeover of our communities. We need to uphold due process rights and constitutional rights and access to legal counseling. This is warrantless arrest. We need to stop the racial profiling. And many of these individuals have been here for 20, 25, 30, 35 years. They need to be released to their families. Today, before I walked in the door, I wanted to see, because we're getting reports, what was the update? In Commerce and in the Citadel Mall, there's a staging area of multiple immigration enforcement cars that has already been confirmed. We're receiving calls from those communities. And we do have on 3rd and Gage multiple ICE unmarked vehicles gathered, as well as continued presence in Whittier. The last thing, and I'll stop here. Our communities are being terrorized. We're in a state of terror. People are outraged at what's happening. And I want you to understand it's not just the site or the location of the place that is being raided, it's the entire community that is witnessing what's happening. People peacefully protest during the day and are outraged about what's going on. We see massive, this is not anything. I've been working now at Chirla for 30 years. I have responded to multiple enforcement actions and worksite raids. I have never seen anything like this. This is not just ICE, it's not just Border Patrol, it is the FBI, the DEA, every federal, this is a federal force that is present in full military garb. In the Ambiance raid, you actually had military tanks coming down the Santee alleys. That's unprecedented. I have never seen it. The thing that I need you to understand is that people are so upset because the city of Los Angeles, we have 1 million people who are undocumented. Close to 1 million people who have relatives whose family members are undocumented. In the county of Los Angeles, over 80% of people have a family member who's an immigrant. Everybody is under threat. They see their family members with a crosshair on their back. So this is what I need you to understand, how incredibly terrorizing this moment is for us. As organizations, we're doing everything possible, but as I report to you, they're denying us access. I also just want to say, many of you have marched with us. We have a very disciplined, organized group of organizations that are part of our coalition. We have put tens of thousands of people on the street. Just this May 1st, we were right in front of the federal building on the corner of Aliso and Alameda. Thousands upon thousands of people. I have never in my life have seen the officers coming from the inside of that federal detention center with tear gas thrown at protesters. And we were tens of thousands. That has never happened. And what I see is even on Saturday, there was 20 people, less than 20 people, as they were shuttling the people into the vans and trying to get them out so that our members of Congress wouldn't witness what was actually the conditions in which they were living. We had tear gas. We all had to cover ourselves. This is the kind of environment that we're living in. So yes, people are mad, and they deserve to protest because they are so outraged at what is happening. I also just want a message to all our protesters who are out there. When the story and the spotlight is on you, it means that you're not actually getting the spotlight on the people who are being harmed. That means we're talking about you and your actions and not about the people who have been whose work sites have been raided, about the families that actually have been impacted. And no, the vandalism, everything that's happening is unacceptable. But I also want to tell you here in council, and it's going to cost you money to paint those walls and repair those walls. But what I'm seeing is damage to the human dignity of our people, to these families, that's irreparable. There is nothing that can actually bring repair to what these families are going through. I'm talking to the mothers. I'm talking to the sons and the daughters of the people who have been picked up. The trauma that they are living cannot be repaired. There is nothing you can do. And so what I do come to ask you is to be courageous at this moment, to speak up for these families, to boldly say to stop the raids, because all of the protesting will stop when this federal government stops attacking and terrorizing our families. Again, never have I seen this level of enforcement and also the unscrupulous nature of the enforcement. And we've been there all week, all last week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We're here on Tuesday, and we still can't get to the detainees so that they won't be deported. Many of them could end up in Texas, Louisiana, and many other places if they're still, and we don't even know if they're still here. With that, I'm going to stop.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salas. For the presentation, we'll begin our discussion with the Chair of our Civil and Human Rights Committee, Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thanks so much, Mr. President, for bringing Angelica here today. And Angelica, I just want to say, we've known each other for years, and you've always been there with people. You pour so much. Your team are incredible, and right now, I think we got to do as much as we can to support the work that you're doing, to use everything within our authority to stay on message, fight for those families, because I think you're right. We do this for the families and nobody else, and so we'll continue to uplift them as much as we can. And for my colleagues, and for everyone watching in the public, I think the biggest takeaway from this right now is that this is not normal. What is happening right now is not normal. Everything that Angelica is describing is being witnessed by people on the front lines, the armored vehicles, the abductions, visiting work sites. This is an indiscriminate attack on all immigrant communities. It doesn't matter if you're Guatemalteco, Mexicano, Korean, Armenian, everyone is being attacked, everyone is being singled out. And so I just want to follow up by just asking, do we have even an understanding of how many people have been picked up in the last few days? Like even an estimate of how many folks have been affected?
Based just on the family members, over 300 for sure. We don't know how many folks actually were fully, in terms of the detentions that were happening on Wednesday and Thursday in the courtroom. It could be much more than that. And that's the problem. By not having access, we depend on the family members who are calling the hotline to let us know that their family member has been detained. So I would say, based just on our own addition and math, over 300 people have been caught up in all of this.
Yeah. And of those 300, do we know how many have even had the opportunity to speak to an attorney at this point?
Two. That's what I'm saying to you, too. And then also, many of the people who were detained in the courtrooms actually had attorneys already because they already had processes. Many of those attorneys cannot connect with their clients. So I have several attorneys that have complained about the fact that even though they represent the individuals, they cannot get access to them. So this lack of access to counsel, we had seen it in other places, and we're just, again, there are rules and actually litigation that provide us, especially at B18, 24/7 access for legal counsel. In fact, the reason we have that is because many of the people who are detained are Mexican nationals. Without proper legal counsel, they can be deported in less than 2 hours to Tijuana. So because of that, we have been able to actually get settlements from the Department of Homeland Security and the government in order to have quick access to individuals at B18 at the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Right. And of the 300, how many do we even know where they're at? Like it sounds like
we know, and only because we basically saw the so we don't know. Some of the family members are told that maybe their family member is in Santana. There's 2 detention centers out in Adelanto, so one of the 2. But we also have one family member whose uncle was picked up in the court hearings, and he called them from Texas. So that's our biggest concern, that they will also be sent out to other detention centers outside of the state, which sometimes does happen.
Mm-hmm. And any sense of the different, because the one that was the most sort of appalling to me was the one that happened at the Garment Worker Center. And from that, we heard that it was Korean immigrants and Latino immigrants. But I imagine, I mean, everyone's being affected by this. Do you have a sense of like which communities are sort of being impacted right now?
Well, the issue is many of the individuals, for example, don't have even what they call A numbers. So there are individuals and the people, some of the families that we've talked to, 20, 25, 27, 30 years that they've been here, but they don't have any immigration history. So they've never had contact with immigration, so they don't even have an A number. That's why they're having such, like they're saying that their processing is so hard. They have to create a record for all these people who have never been in the system. So when they tell you, these are individuals, you know, all the things, I'm not going to repeat the things that they say, but they're also saying, oh, well, they already had outstanding orders of deportation. Most of these folks have never had any contact with immigration. And so their family members, usually we can go online into the ICE detainee locator system. We can't, they're not even in there. There are rules about how quickly they're supposed to be in there. We can't find them in the ICE detainee locator system.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I know, I'm sure other folks have questions or want to make some comments, but I want to thank you again for everything that you're doing. You know, we're hearing the reports from the front lines, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. You know, I think your points about the trauma that's being inflicted on these families is going to be irreparable. You know, when I was young, my parents were undocumented, and I can't imagine, you know, being at home, waiting for my dad to show up, and then he never shows up, or my mom, or my aunt, and so. You know, in this moment, what can we as a council do to support all that is happening in the community right now?
I think in a unified voice to really lift up the demand to stop this military-style immigration enforcement that's happening in our city and in our region. Because even though a lot has not, you know, we had the raids on here in the city of LA, then it's all the region. So like Huntington Park, we're one, you know, large LA community. So just speaking together with other local elected officials about the harm and how unsafe our communities are when we have this military-style immigration enforcement in our communities. I think these raids have to stop. And I just think this is possible. The thing is that they're trying to bring in the military in order so that there's no accountability, so that there is, you know, so they can do all of these raids without any level of, I would say, with impunity. And so I think it's very important that you use your leadership voice to demand accountability of the Department of Homeland Security and to actually stop this enforcement from happening in the way that, I mean, I'm just saying, this is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable what's going on. And I really want you to really emphasize the fact these are warrantless and they're also using racial profiling. So we had a situation a couple weeks ago in El Monte where enforcement went into people's, immigration enforcement officers went into people's purses and their wallets because people were remaining silent. As we know, know your rights. You can say your name, but you don't have to say anything else. So if they didn't say anything else, they would then go into their personal belongings to try to get the evidence that they needed. The Constitution applies to everybody, including our immigrant community and undocumented immigrant community. So I think that's really important for you to say. And I also believe that if the Marines come in, as he's stating that, to support in these immigration enforcement.
Thank you, Angelica, for being here and for your presence throughout the course of everything that has occurred. As you indicated, I know one of the things that I think we struggle with as a council, and I want to make really clear for members of the public that are watching, as you indicated, members of Congress who have the federal authority to even bear witness to the conditions that are occurring in the venues.
The French sardine company that Bogdanovich started included 2 other major partners who were also born on the Croatian Adriatic. They were Nick Vilicic and Joseph Martisic Sr.
My grandfather. And the destructive tactics that are being initiated by this president and certain members of Congress that have enabled it, that from my perspective, and I see the racial profiling and I see how it's affected our community, but I'm also pragmatic in terms of I want to be really.
Came up for him to come to San Pedro to be a partner in opening up the French sardine company.
In facts and what we can actually do, because unified voices and everything is fantastic. Yes, that's great and it makes people feel good, but I want to really help people. So my question for you is, in the businesses that are being targeted, for example, what tangible direction and guidance can we give people? Because again, I don't want to spend effort on unified voices. I want to spend effort on tangible things that we can advise and guide people about how they can guide their employees. What types of steps can businesses take to protect their employees and allow them to continue their businesses? Because I want to be clear. The disruption that they're creating also further affects the economic environment for the city of Los Angeles. And we have to take that posture as well. So what kinds of tangible recommendations can you provide businesses to protect their employees?
And I'm sorry, Angelica, before you start, Sergeants, I want to make sure you know that Mr. Herman and the person in the red hat and Mr. Spindler are formally warned. They're jumping up, making hand motions, distracting the council members from hearing the questions and testimony. So this has gone on almost the entire time Ms. Salas has been up here. So that's the first and last warning. Thank you, Ms. Salas.
Thank you so much. So I just really don't, before I go very specifically, which I will, I don't want you to underestimate the power of your voice in this moment. And so I think that's
which
really
is why we've all communicated and said that we don't support this, we're against it. But obviously you have a president who's raining terror on people, doesn't matter, threatening to arrest our governor and everyone else. So we understand that.
And
so I think there's a unified voice here. I just want to give tangible
Let me give you
instructions.
Got you. Number 2 is if a member, the other thing that is very tangible is if anybody in your district is actually detained and harmed, you can actually make sure that that is documented. We will help provide you the information of who in your community is actually been detained and what's happening. So I think that's also to lift up their stories. And lastly, to your point, so businesses. So businesses are private entities. They're private. In order for somebody to come in to their business, they do have to have a warrant that specifically says well, if it's about the business, if it's about the owner, it should have the name of the company and the name of the person who is the owner of that company. And it's a warrant, because is this a raid that is targeted the employer, or is it about employees? So and this is why I say warrantless, this is what's happening. They just enter, and often what people do is just because they're federal agents, just open the door. So they have the right to say, you cannot come into my place of business unless you have a warrant that clearly has my address, the name of the company if that is, but address for sure. Who are you searching, who are you looking for? If it is employees, the same thing. Where is your warrant? And it's a warrant that is a judicial warrant that is signed by a judge and that clearly spells out who the people they're looking for are. They have no right to pick up anybody else. If they do have a judicial warrant, it's only the person on that warrant. They don't have the right to then go in and ask and interrogate everybody. At Ambiance, I was there at Ambiance on 15th and Santa Fe. And I talked to workers who were not arrested because they were US citizens or were legal permanent residents. They too were asked about their immigration status. They too had to provide evidence that they were in this country legally. So the thing is, with a warrant, it is important that it has the name of the people. There is no rhyme or reason you're asking everybody else in the company what their status is. So the other thing that I really want everybody to know, this impacts the undocumented worker, but all the workers who are witnessing and are being at the same time equally harassed during these raids. The other thing is that you can also clearly mark what is private and what is public. So that then often, especially at restaurants, they will come in saying this is a public place, but you could quickly, and you see a lot of restaurants that says, this is a private business. We have the right to not allow people to come in. This is a private business, so it's important. But what I'll make sure that you have available to all the city council members, we have a toolkit for employers and businesses so that they too understand their rights and can also both support their business and their employees.
And I think that's really important because those are tangible things that we can give people some guidance on, because I think it's imperative because we're seeing the impacts of that. The other thing, for families that are naturalized, that have had naturalized family members, like my own, is there a distinction in terms of documentation that I'm concerned about that being the next level of exploitation? Can you talk to me about if there's any documentation that is required by those that are naturalized, or are there, because again, you get a lot of false reports about what's happening or what's not, and I think it's hard for people to discern, but are there circumstances that you have seen where individuals that have been naturalized are being targeted as well because they don't have certain documentation? And I go back to, as you know, I've fought very hard, for example, for the individuals that served our country who have been denied citizenship that were entitled to it, and they have since been deported. Are there individuals that have earned that citizenship that are missing any level of documentation that are now being targeted for deportation?
So the first thing is the only people who are required to carry their green card are green card holders or legal permanent residents, and individuals who are here on a temporary status. They have documentation that talks about that. That's who is supposed to be carrying this. If you're a US citizen, you're not supposed, especially if you're a naturalized citizen. I'm a naturalized citizen, and so in fact, I'm not supposed to be carrying my naturalization certificate with me to prove that I'm a naturalized citizen. I'm a citizen just like now everybody else, so that means it's my ID. If you need to have me identify myself, obviously again, for what purpose are you asking me? I have my identification. Unfortunately, we now have US citizens carrying their passports because they're afraid that when there's a worksite raid or in the streets, that they're going to be asked for their documentation. So we have a lot of, especially folks from Latin America, Asia, who are carrying their passport so that they won't be targeted. In Paramount, I want to give you, again, these are verified accounts of individuals who were U.S. citizens who were targeted and who were mistreated, and they kept saying, but I'm a U.S. citizen. So this is important for us to understand. But again, to naturalize citizen, you're just like any other citizen. You would prove it in every other way. In fact, you're supposed to keep your naturalization certificate at home and safeguard it.
But my question is, and to
And
your
you can't
point,
you can't make a copy of it. In fact, you can't even make a copy of that naturalized citizen.
okay, but to your point, you indicated in Paramount that there were actual citizens that were still being targeted?
We're targeted. We're actually, there was checkpoints where they were asked for their status and they weren't believed that they were actually U.S. citizens. That is not on the person. That's on the federal government. Like, I need you to understand, this is not, like, if you say you're a U.S. citizen, it has, when you say you're a U.S. citizen, it's supposed to be accepted as fact, to the point that if an immigrant, undocumented, who is not a U.S. citizen, claims to be a U.S. citizen, they will be forever barred from legalizing their status in this country. So stating that you're a U.S. citizen should be enough for that officer to believe you.
But if they don't?
Well, but you have
No,
your
I
ID.
understand. I'm also, but again, I'm trying to provide people, because we're working with individuals that are, frankly, they've disregarded what we've all known to be standard practice. And so I want to try and figure out how do we best, whether it's family members, whether it's community members, should they have their passports with them? Should they? I understand what you're saying, but these are individuals that are denying that the rules apply any longer. And so I want to make sure that all the things that we can do to help aid people tangibly, because as you indicated, there's a lot of individuals that we're not even getting reports back on, and you're being denied access, and their attorneys are being denied access. So what we know of the rules, this federal government is not honoring the rules. And so I want to try and figure out what are the tangible things that we can recommend to people to protect as many people as possible, because I get it. But when you're working in an environment where people aren't honoring the rules as we've known them, how do we actually best help people? And that's what I'm trying to.
And I would just say to you, your ID. This is what this is my identification. Any agent, police or federal agent, they should only, require, if you were being stopped, to identify yourself. How can you identify yourself? That should be sufficient, and it should be, and I just want to say it should be sufficient. The other thing is we do have, our community and Know Your Rights work is prepare to stay. So for you to prepare to stay in this country, to plan beforehand, if you are detained, if something's going to happen to you, who would you call, how to really have a plan for your family in order to be able to stay and quickly get help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Angelica, thank you again for your work and your commitment to this service. We've got a long relationship with you and CD9 and really appreciate the work we've done together, from Know Your Rights to other activities as well. The schools are a prime area of concern. Obviously, parents are coming for graduation programs, et cetera. What kind of conversations have we been having with the school district about precautions they're taking, about help they're providing, about guidance for parents that may be concerned, parents and others that are concerned?
Yes. I really want to take this opportunity to really say, my gratitude and extend my gratitude to Superintendent Alberto Carvalho and his entire administration, as well as members of UTLA and all the teachers of Los Angeles. In my opinion, they are the heroes in this moment. So we have been working very closely with LAUSD, and we're part of their We Are One campaign. We have been providing Know Your Rights both to the parents and to the parents, as well as to the students on Know Your Rights. in the schools at all levels of, the schools from K through 12. We have also done, and with their help, both with the teachers and others, done trainings. So they have I would say, a very rigorous policy as to how and what individuals should do if immigration authorities come near a school. And we've seen it play out a couple of times, and it actually has worked to prevent ICE from coming in or near the school facilities. One thing that I want you to know is that just a couple of days ago, there's it's called the Special Immigrant Juvenile Status, which is for young men and women who have been neglected and otherwise, and they could self-petition. There's this whole process. A lot of their status has been negated. So between unaccompanied minors and these special immigrant juvenile status and young people, what's happening is that a lot of people are then falling out of status. So we believe the federal authorities are going to use that to then go after these people, the young people who now they have information on, and so continuing to work with the schools in order to make these places for them to be protected. The other thing that I really want you to know is that often they're going to the schools to look for parents, not just the students. So we do have legislation, and this is something very concretely that you can support us on, AB 49, which is to create further protection for our schools, but also to include daycare centers as well. That legislation is really important to us because in a lot of the protections we have at the state of California, our preschools and our daycare centers are not included in that protection. So we are working very closely with them.
We support all levels of the educational system. I know that, again, we've been getting calls from constituents that are impacted and indirectly impacted. As you said, there's a ripple out effect. We had an incursion in Expo Park last evening, for example. Looks like there was some surveillance and also some confiscation of equipment, and members were detained. What do we do about the equipment, supplies that get taken away during incursions like this?
Supplies? Maybe if you can tell me a little bit more.
Well, equipment, if someone gets their cart taken away, for example.
What I witnessed on Friday was that many people, I was at Ambiance way after the raid happened, and I saw family members, and I talked to family members as they were coming in, and so they were working with the other staff, the other workers to basically collect car keys, personal belongings, and most of the people who were coming to pick up all those effects were family members, were young people actually, U.S. citizens, most of them in their late teens and mid-20s coming to pick up all their belongings for their parents. It's important, that's why it's so important for families as Know Your Rights to have a plan. If this happens to me, what would we do? Who would go? Who would we call? Who would go pick up our things if it's a worksite raid? If it's in a different location. So really to just think this through, and it's like emergency planning for our folks, and this is what our lives are in this moment and have been for a long time.
Got to have a plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Price. Councilmember Padilla.
Hi, Angelica. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for all of the work that Chitla does. You know, I want to talk, I want all of us to just kind of take a step back. You know, I know that emotions are high. I know that I'm feeling nerves and anger like I have never felt them in my time on this council thus far. And I feel like every second I'm on the verge of popping, just out of the anxiousness of not knowing what could potentially happen in my district and in the time that I sit here. But, you know, I think this is now the second time I've heard you speak since this all started. And there's some things that I just want to say and ask. You have mentioned, Councilmember Soto Martinez mentioned, that it's important for all of us to stay on message. right? And I think that we have been, with the amount of time that we've had on our hands to react to this, we've been pretty on message. I know I have never been to my Home Depots as often as I have been in the last couple of days, just to make sure everything is okay, checking in with managers, checking in with everyone, calling my day labor centers, telling them to pivot. Instead of standing looking for work, pivot to another way, right? Complete re-strategizing. But you've mentioned some things that I think are more, we haven't unpackaged just how bad and uncomfortable they are. So for example, you mentioned that, let's start with the racial profiling one. Do you know if anybody who was racially profiled was actually a US citizen, and whether we have a case of being able to go to court and saying, this is discrimination?
This is why it's so important to talk to the people who are in detention. We don't even know if we might have US citizens in detention right now. This is how bad things, so it's really important for me to let you know that when we talk to individuals, we need to understand what happened, how did the enforcement occur, what did they ask you, etc. But then the other part is the people who remain. So the people that I have talked to at the work sites, that after the work site raid and after the Home Depot raid, etc., a lot of the individuals who remain are actually people who are U.S. citizens, who talk to us about the fact that they are being harassed and that they too are being mistreated and actually not believe that they are U.S. citizens. And so it's really important for me and that we uplift that.
Yeah, and that's actually where I want to get at, right? Is that we need to uplift all of these other little things that we're catching in their sloppiness and in their unethical approach. And I know that's debatable. I know there's some people that are still out there. I mean, based on my posts on social media, there's some people that are so excited that this finally happened, the trolls and whatnot. But those of us that are familiar with policy, I think it's time for us to really elevate the sloppiness. So you mentioned you don't know if any of these 300 are so far because we haven't talked to them. So that takes me to my next point.
Well, actually, we do know. We have a list based on the family members. So we've compiled a list by family members who've called us, also workers, their co-workers. So we've been collecting a detainee list. That's why when we went to Adelanto, the folks who went on to Adelanto yesterday could confirm of our list that 17 were in Adelanto. What we haven't been able to do is actually offer them legal representation, even though their family members are asking. And really, each case, look at what the situation is for each of these cases.
Okay. Maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe there was going to be someone there and we have a case, because I think everything happening needs to be challenged in court with time. The second thing I wanted to ask was, you mentioned that they're making it impossible for families to see their folks. They're making it impossible for elected officials and organizations. Does CHIRLA plan to challenge that in court?
Yes, we work very closely with the ACLU. In fact, the ACLU has represented CHIRLA multiple times on issues of access to counsel, as well as coercion of voluntary departure and coercion in those matters. And we have actually won settlement cases from the Department of Homeland Security on that. We just, prior to Trump, the Trump administration coming into power, we had just won a case around police officers, federal agents actually passing themselves as police officers, parole officers, et cetera, and we were able to get some protection around that for our region in terms of just saying that no, they cannot pretend to be police officers, parole officers, or any other law enforcement agent in order to coerce people to talk to them.
That's great. So every time you observe sloppiness, you go after it. That's great. I like that.
The problem that we have right now, Councilwoman, is that they're not respecting a lot of the settlement agreements. And so this is we have won these cases, there's practices that went into effect. They are ignoring this all completely right now.
Interesting. Well, I was also going to mention as a recommendation that as we continue to unpackage and develop our talking points, the city of Los Angeles needs to not just say, we're being disrupted, this is unethical. We need to be very clear that we are dealing with a national government who is trying to eradicate due process. We already saw it with, everything related to whether they brought back that guy from El Salvador or not. It looks like they finally budged and brought him back in the name of due process. This is a president who someday is going to have to go through his own due process, or maybe he thinks he's going to pass away before he has to. But we in the city of Los Angeles is indeed violating a lot of due process. So I think we need to talk about that, because then it makes it easier and it makes us sound less crazy about how he is indeed pushing for a totalitarian regime that throws away everything out related to the ideals of democracy. So I just want to put that out there. Start to say, he came to Los Angeles to showcase an eradication of what due process looks like. That's what he's doing in Los Angeles. We're calling ourselves that he's coming out here to test us, not just with the chaos, but also with challenging our court system and the way we do things. And lastly, I wanted to say, because they're taking on or ask, and I'm looking forward to the next round with LAPD as well, because there was so many people that are arrested together without a warrant, is there any talks about doing a class action related to this?
Well, in many instances, we have actually been able to ensure that people actually remain with their families, because we have had situations in the past where there have been what would be illegal arrest, or because they were warrantless actions, and in many instances they were just illegal enforcement actions. We're seeing a lot of this right now. The thing is that we also have to, this is why it's so important, this is why the Rapid Response Network is so important, because the Rapid Response Network is made up of trained volunteers, a very large legal team, so that then we can actually document all these things, take testimonies of witnesses, et cetera, as to what happened. So it's really important that we do that. The last thing that I really want to say to everybody, the Department of Homeland Security has said that they're going to do this for 30 days in LA. Yeah. So this is only the beginning, and again, unprecedented. And for all of those folks who might be hearing this in the public, I've worked during Democratic administrations, Republican administrations. I have never seen what I'm seeing right now. And we've had to respond to mass enforcement in the past. The reality is that we have close to 13 million people who are undocumented in this country. The majority of the people who are undocumented are of Mexican origin, with 23 years as an average number of years that they've lived in this country. So a lot of this is also rooted from the fact that you have so many people who, this is their community, they're workers, and contributing members of our society, and yet they have no full formal recognition, so they're so vulnerable. And I also think it's the hypocrisy of America, which is you have all of these folks who are good enough to take care of your children, right? So you see them and you say, no, I trust you to take care of my babies and my children. I trust you to go to the nursing homes and take care of my mom and my dad and my grandpa and my grandma. I trust you to go in my home, take care of the most sacred place, which is the place that I live, and clean it and take care of it and keep it beautiful, the gardeners that go into these homes. But yet, we're treated as criminals and treated in this most humiliating, because I think the word humiliation needs to be brought out here, in the most humiliating way, and said then, and then allow for all of this rhetoric about the caricatures of who we are. And we are human beings that have families, that love our city, that love our state, that give everything and who are deeply in gratitude for the opportunities that we've been able to have because we've been here. But it also, all that we have is also born from so much work and so much sacrifice.
You know, Angelica, now I'll add to that because I think it also speaks to the hypocrisy of, I've said this before, when we were here talking about the tariffs, it adds to the hypocrisy, unfortunately, of our business community. True capitalists believe in laissez-faire business tactics. I wish our business community would more often say, dear federal government, what do you care about the private contracts I go into with my labor? But that's not happening. And if we were New York, we would have convinced our national government to give us, a country like Puerto Rico so that it's at least easy, to recycle workers. But unfortunately, this is California, and we just recycle those that are close to the Mexican border. So I agree with your sentiment, and I hope that this is a call to action to our business community to do more, because these are your workers. We are seeing people not go to work, to church, shop, school. The way our schools are funded, I wouldn't be surprised if eventually we're gonna see more schools probably step it up. But until it happens, this is just what we're dealing with. I do also just wanna lastly say that I have been, one of the last things that I did was reach out to a lot of people that I know within the social media influencer community and ask them to please help us with the messaging of peaceful protests. And then as I followed up with their podcasts, there's a lot of people that are not in the same bubble as we are related to being active within the political policy process that want to help, but they don't want to get in trouble. So my last ask, so to speak, is that we also help those who want to be helpful to us and talking to us about peaceful protests, what that actually looks like. I honestly wanted to call them and say, you can dance, you can scream, you can sing, don't throw water bottles and don't throw rocks. So I hope that we can also continue to emphasize that it is possible to protest peacefully. But more than anything, we need to stay really alert. And I just hope that organizations like yourself and everyone in your coalition keep calling out the sloppiness. Because more than ever, what this is showing, and there's protests all over the country. It was nice to see constituents in, I believe, Minnesota also go to the streets and protect their neighbors. Well, with us, we have to, but let's take it to court when they're obviously showing that they no longer care about due process, and that is a threat to our entire country system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Padilla. Councilmember Hutt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Angelica.
Hi.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about information that I've had. I worked with you on immigration years ago. In the settlement agreement, I know that there was a memorandum that talked about sensitive locations. Do we no longer have a sensitive location document?
Yeah, those sensitive location policies that we fought so many years for, and obviously that's why you're very familiar with them, they have all been rescinded. So a lot of those protections that we worked so many years in order to have in our churches, at our courtrooms, and in our schools have been rescinded by this government. That's why you see immigration authorities, immigration enforcement agents actually in courtrooms and other places as well, and also the situations we've had around schools and around faith communities, faith institutions. But I also want to say we also have the California Values Act, and we have other protections in the state of California. So we have to maximize the protections we do have in our state in order to protect our community.
And then along with that, what about our access? I know you mentioned the 300 that we have not have access. So access to council doesn't stand any longer?
No, it does, and this is why we just can't accept it. Like, one of the things that can happen is we begin to say, okay, this is the way it is under this administration. So we have to fight back. No, we all have access. We all have the right to see a lawyer, to then go before a judge, to put our case forward. I mean, this is exactly what this country, what immigrants, when they think about why we come to this country. It's about these pieces which are about the democracy and the right to due process and the right to actually contest a case against you. So that still exists, it's just not being honored.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hutt. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. Angelica, I just want to give you and your team my deepest gratitude. Thank you for showing us what courage looks like every day, but particularly in this moment. Thank you for organizing the other levels of government to step up and act, to see our Congress folks going out there to try to get in, to see our people. Like, I thank you, because folks step up because of you and what your team are doing. Thank you, because this is unprecedented. It's rules for thee, but not for me. And we can't continue to organize and push thinking that the rules are applying, because they're not. So I just want to, again, thank you. I have lots of questions, but I will hold them off for later in the council meeting, because I have a lot of questions about response. We want to see our communities protected. Los Angeles takes care of its own, and I think there was some gaps there. And I hear what your tangible requests are. If there are any other tangible ways that we can support as a council, using the bully pulpit, looking at policies and ways that we can get our business owners and the business community to step up. But is there anything else that hasn't been named that we can do? What else do you want to see of us in this moment? I think this is a moment where folks have been doing on the ground for over 30 years. We will follow your lead. Tell us what you want, what you need.
One thing that I didn't mention, which is it's very important. Yesterday, when I was driving into the city, I saw police officers from every single jurisdiction. From Costa Mesa, I saw Monrovia. Just different. It's agencies, law enforcement agencies, and I really think it's really important that we understand, including our own LAPD, that a lot of the attack is also to push so that our local law enforcement, our California Highway Patrol, our LA County Sheriff, that they get so overrun in a way that then the limits that we have put in place, that have been in place since 1979 around Special Order 40, or the limits around how local law enforcement and now I'm going to say federal agencies, because it's no longer just ICE and Border Patrol. It's important for us to ensure that those limits are respected, because it can become very easy to say, well, it's an emergency, therefore that which we have agreed to, we're going to disregard because an emergency chaotic situation is happening. This president and his manner of acting is always, it's cruel. When it comes to immigration, let's be clear, it's cruel, but also it's chaotic on purpose, in order to then create situations in which those agreements that we have are disregarded because we're dealing with the emergency. So I think it's really important around accountability and reporting back and working very closely with our local law enforcement, because they don't like the kind of community safety agreements that we have put in place and policies that we put in place, because we do want our folks to feel safe. We do want them to be able to report crime when they're witnesses or victims of crime. And so to me, it's really about trying to tear away at many of those policies that we put in place, because we notice that if we don't, therefore the community has no trust in our local law enforcement.
Thank you for uplifting that. That is important. We have to be able to trust one another and not feel like that locally we're enabling this unconstitutional unconstitutional actions that are taking place. So thank you for sharing that, and I know that we've heard you. I also want to just uplift the part about the trauma and the terror. You're right, it's unnecessarily cruel. Let me take a step back. What you said about those policies, that sometimes we waver on them during a moment of crisis, I just want to emphasize how important it is that we do not waver on them, because these are the policies that give dignity and humanity to our people. And to disregard those, to bend them because we are in an emergency, is unacceptable. So I just didn't want to uplift that. I think that's incredibly important. But to the trauma, the terror, it's something that stays within your DNA. And I know that there's a lot of folks in here who have migrant family members, who know someone who is a migrant immigrant, who might be documented, undocumented. But I think when everybody can think about what one of their worst nightmares is your loved one not coming back. And I want everybody to sit with that, because that's what a lot of people have to sit with, and it never leaves you. It never leaves you. And so I want to give you my deepest gratitude. And we want to do whatever we can to support, but thank you for your courage, and we'll follow your lead.
And Councilwoman Hernandez, I receive your words. I also just want to say Chirla is not alone on this. We're working with CARES and Immigrant Defenders, Community Coalition, many unions, Proyecto Pastoral, SEIU, UTLA. So this is a community of organizations and unions and faith leaders, and we're united, and we're organized, and we are disciplined, and we understand that often there are forces that both are coming in to try to sway from that power and that organization that we have, or at least to try to, again, tear into what we have built here in Los Angeles. I'm very proud of our social justice community, and so I also say I know that I'm speaking before you here, but I want you to know it's a very broad coalition of organizations that are stepping up in this moment.
And thank you for reminding us of that, because we are not alone. You are not alone. Chirla's not alone. All those organizations that you named, the unions, the community-based organizations, community keeps community safe, and you all are the example of that. So thank you for, again, also reminding us of that. That's really important, because right now, people are paralyzed by fear. They want us to feel like we're by ourselves. They want us to feel down. But there is community out there, community that's fighting for us. So thank you for reminding us about that too. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Thank you so much for being here, Angelica, and your really powerful testimony and the incredible work you and Chirla are doing. There's a false narrative that the Trump administration is pushing, that the people who are being detained are violent criminals. One of the most powerful ways, I think, that we can connect with people and help people understand what's happening is through stories, and individual stories of who these people are, who they actually are. Can you, without violating anyone's privacy, tell us a little bit about who some of these people are who are being detained, so that we can share those stories with our communities across the city?
Well, a lot of people ask me, why have I continued to do this work? Because I am inspired, and I derive my courage from the courage of the people that I work with. So right now I'm inspired. I won't use her real name. She asked me not to use it, but she did give me permission as I was talking to her about her particular story. So I'll use her name as Lisa. So I met Lisa on Saturday morning, and she was there with her friend who was accompanying her. And I talked to her, and I said, and I asked her why she was there. She said, my father has been picked up at the Ambiance factory. And my father is a good man. He is one of the most wonderful fathers. He is a great father. He has lived here for 27 years, and he has never done anything wrong. He's only done good. So Lisa, as we sat in front of the entrance into the detention center, and said, I will do anything to see if my father's okay, gave permission to one of the members of Congress to use gave him authority in order to go and look for her father as well. But she did not leave that gate. When she stood there, and she's like, I'm gonna sit here until, if they're taking all these people out, maybe I'll see my father. And she sat there, like, just, she was gonna make sure that she saw her dad. So her dad went by, and I just heard her, as she was seeing him, to say, Dad, Dad, aquí estoy, I'm here. And her father, basically, she's like, at least I saw him. And then her father just was telling her, you know, calm down, it's okay, everything's gonna be okay. So it's just very hard to see this all the time, but to see her and how much she was fighting to make sure that her father was represented, that he was going to be okay. And this is a very young woman. And so then on Sunday night, she called me at home and she told me, I just want to tell you, I was able to get into the detention center. You guys weren't, but I was. And I now know that my dad is in there. And I just need you to know that I'm not going to give up until I actually see my dad. And so those are this is a young US citizen, you know, child of an undocumented immigrant. And to me, that there's so many more stories that I can tell you, but she inspires me because, you know, I have to have the same courage that she does, and I have to fight alongside her in the same way, so that her father gets a chance to stay here after 27 years. That he gets a chance to stay here with his family, and that his family remains united.
Thank you.
Councilmember Yaroslavsky, Councilmember Blumenfield to close.
Great. Well, first, again, I want to, Ms. House, thank you for coming in and really appreciate all the great work that you and the whole group of organizations are doing. I just wanted to ask a simple question, which is the Rapid Response Network.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way, and how do you recommend that council offices plug into that? Because we get a lot of information, we're getting a lot of calls from folks, and I have to feel like there may be a way to systematically connect with all of our offices.
Some of your district staff is part of that rapid response network. So if you have especially your district staff that is in the local offices, they should be the folks who are actually plugged into that. So we can actually provide you the information. They would then be on a signal chat that then they would be able to get information in real time, especially the way it's organized, it's by communities and by region. So there's a San Fernando, there's, you know, South Los Angeles, et cetera, core LA. And so then you can have your district staff there, and it actually has been very helpful. We actually, as part of the Rapid Response Network, we also have certain municipalities that have their own Rapid Response Network as well, so that you have both electeds and others who are, not electeds, but city staff and others who are connected to it, sometimes those connected to schools, so then they know if there's, and all that it is that you know if there is ICE activity, and that it is a way by which to confirm that there is ICE activity or presence, because we also don't want to spread panic. So it's also a means by which to confirm whether or not something happens. So a lot of what the Rapid Response Network does, and many times district staff can, who are many times even closer to the vicinity, can say, yes, there is ICE presence, there is no ICE operation, which is a little bit, you know, different. Or yes, there is an ICE operation, let's all go and see what's actually happening. This is only to observe. Our volunteers are trained not to interfere and to actually witness from afar what's actually happening. The most important, the reason the Rapid Response Network exists is to quickly get legal support and counsel to the individuals so they do have a chance to stay here with their families. So it's very simple. Well, we could talk afterwards with your office and you could designate a person.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blumenfield. Thank you, members. And thank you so much, Angelica, for spending awesome time with this morning on such an incredibly busy time for you. The gratitude of this council and the entire city is with you and all the folks working alongside of you to help us get through this period, this very, very tough period for our citizens, for our city, and I think even for the United States of America. So again, thank you for everything that you've done, and we will formally release you back to the struggle at this moment. Angelica Salas, everyone.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
This is the second verbal warning to Mr. Spindler, and there's a person walking around with a dog in the back, distracting from this meeting. We'll move next to hear from the Los Angeles Police Department. The leadership of the department is here, and the leadership of Central Division. So I'll ask the chief to come to the table along with his colleagues. Mr. Lee will set context and begin our discussion. Chair of our Public Safety Committee, Councilmember Lee.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, let me start by thanking you for the work that all of you are doing during this difficult time and express my gratitude to all the officers who are on the ground, who are facing an impossible situation, and one which I think all of us here agree is being sparked by outside powers beyond our control. Chief, I'm sure you'll hear many, many times today, Los Angeles is a city of immigrants, and what has been unfolding on our streets is frankly not surprising, given the increased intensity from federal law enforcement authorities. The visible and often aggressive tactics we've witnessed from the federal government are sending shockwaves through our communities, and understandably, many Angelenos are responding by speaking out, organizing, and protesting. That right to assemble and raise one's voice is fundamental, and all of us fully support the people who are exercising it peacefully. But unfortunately, at the same time, we cannot ignore that a small subset of individuals are seizing this moment to sow division and disorder. They are turning what should be a powerful and peaceful demonstration of First Amendment rights unfortunately, into chaos and through vandalism and violence and antagonism. Chief, I appreciate you taking the time to be here, and I hope today's conversation sheds some light on the work the LAPD is doing on the ground and what we can expect going forward. So, Chief, I have a handful of questions, and I'd like to start by asking you to just, sort of give us a brief overview, just an overview of LAPD operations over the past 4 days, and can you share any information the department has on where the ICE raids may have been taking place here in the city of Los Angeles?
And I apologize, before the chief begins, and I didn't mean to cut you, I didn't want to cut you off, Councilmember Lee. Just as a reminder to all the members here, there is a closed session item on here as well. So to the extent that you have questions specifically about the possible responses to federal immigration enforcement and related actions as they relate to threats to public services or facilities, there will be an opportunity to ask those questions in closed. That is not to say that this question cannot be asked in open. We just wanted to throw that out there for all the members who are here. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could, I'll just give an overview of an overall summary, and then I'll go specifically as we can by day. On June 6, 2025, federal agencies, including ICE and DHS, conducted coordinated enforcement operations resulting in multiple arrests across multiple locations. In response, several hundred demonstrators gathered near the federal detention center located at 255 East Temple Street each day. The protest escalated in size and intensity throughout the weekend, prompting mutual aid requests and citywide LAPD engagement, including Metropolitan Division deployment. Tactical alerts were declared each day. On Friday, June 6th, 2025, Newton area received notice that the FBI, HSI were at 2415 East 15th Street serving criminal warrants. Numerous calls for service were also generated by citizens, with a crowd forming at that location. Newton Patrol then received a help call broadcast by Communication Division for DEA and FBI at the location. The officers encountered a crowd of 40 to 60 protesters who were blocking the exit and were loud but not aggressive. A Newton Patrol sergeant responded and assumed role of incident commander. He established 2 skirmish lines and gave directions for the officer to direct the crowd southbound on Santa Fe. The federal agents left the scene shortly thereafter. A DEA agent used OC spray on one suspect prior to LAPD arrival. The suspect was arrested by DEA along with other numerous federal arrests. Excuse me. Federal law enforcement also requested assistance at 930 South Town Avenue in Newton area. A Newton supervisor responded to stand by with 5 officers while FBI cleared from the scene. An operation was also conducted on Stanford Street, also in Newton area. Newton Patrol provided the same limited assistance at this location. Several hundred demonstrators gathered near the Federal Detention Center located at 255 East Temple. The protesters initially focused their attention on the front entrance and then turned their attention to the back entrance, which is on Alameda Street. The back gate was stuck in an open position, so federal officers stood guard at the opening. Protesters threw projectiles and vandalized the building. A mobile field force was sent to the location and the area was cleared. Projectiles were thrown at officers, resulting in less lethal munitions being deployed. Other protesters gathered in multiple intersections, which diverted department resources. A tactical alert was declared, and an additional mobile field force was assembled. All groups eventually dissipated without further unrest. Communications with our federal partners was a challenge that added to the delays in the incident. The command post had multiple phone discussions with the federal leadership, and there was no initial request for mutual aid. Eventually, they requested via Communications Division, which prompted the initial incident commander to make additional calls. Another challenge was protest groups excuse me, congregating at multiple locations, requiring personnel to be spread out on multiple missions. For Saturday, June 7th, demonstrations continued into Saturday, fueled by ongoing ICE arrests outside the city. The crowd grew throughout the day and were focused on the federal complex. At approximately 1830 hours, a coordinated effort began amongst protesters dressed in dark clothing and communicating with radios, followed by protesters throwing projectiles at federal assets. Mobile field forces were deployed and skirmish lines were established to clear the area. Similar to the prior day, a large crowd remained in the intersections near the federal complex, while other groups formed across various locations in downtown Los Angeles. This created the same resource challenges for us. On Sunday, June 8th, the intelligence going into Sunday indicated there would be a group of approximately 200 protesters at Mariachi Plaza in Hollenbeck area. There were no other intelligence to indicate that other protests would occur. However, a group of approximately 200 protesters arrived at the federal complex, and protesters from Mariachi Plaza joined them. A short time later, the crowd began throwing projectiles at federal law enforcement. Similar to the prior day, suspects were seen dressed again in dark clothing and communicating on radios. The protesters were cleared from the federal complex, and they turned their attention to taking over the freeway. While on the freeway overpass, the protesters threw massive rocks and bricks onto the CHP vehicles that were parked underneath the overpass. As the evening continued, the protesting became multiple groups engaged in looting and vandalism throughout downtown LA. Department resources were unable to handle the number of incidents, along with securing the streets around the federal complex. As a result, mutual aid was requested, resulting in a response from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and other agencies. Outside agencies assumed fixed post positions for protecting the street around facilities, allowing department personnel to be available for other missions. The protest activity began to slow down about 1 a.m., and the tactical alert was canceled by about 2:30 in the morning. The resistance encountered on Sunday was substantially more than the prior days. Protesters used commercial-grade fireworks, Molotov cocktails, and we had an ADW on a police officer with a vehicle. The tactics used by the protesters were more advanced. They entrenched themselves and used barriers to defeat less lethal munitions, which required the use of CS gas in order to disperse the group. I have in detail here the munitions that we used. I don't know that you need that at this point. We can go into that in closed session. Our deployment of personnel as well as associated agencies, and I can give you just an overview as to the raw arrest numbers. There were no arrests that first Friday, on Saturday 27, on Sunday 40, and on Monday 114.
All right,
and if you could, I can give you just a rundown on the gist of those arrests. There were 53 for 409 PC, which is failure to disperse, 15 for looting, 1 for vandalism, 1 for interfering, 1 for ADW on a police officer, and 1 on attempt murder that was not incident related, for a total of 114 arrests. Injuries to our officers, we had on that day 1 Metro officer injured in his hand, and another Valley Traffic Division officer received a bottle to the head. Both officers were treated and released. We had 6 burglary reports over the 24-hour operational period, all in central area. However, we know there's a lot more coming. We're aware of, I believe at the time, 23 locations that have been broken into and been looted. And I have further information that I can share in closed session.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Yeah, I think we've all seen some of the violence on TV that has taken away, unfortunately, the attention from the peaceful protesting that has been happening. Can you explain to us a little bit about the difference between rules of engagement between LAPD and federal agencies such as ICE?
I can't speak to what the federal policies are, but I can speak to the LAPD use of force policy is basically what we've used forever, modified over the years, where you have the right to be able to defend yourself, to use minimal amount of force necessary to, in effect, arrest, prevent an escape, or if you're being attacked, to defend yourself.
Okay, so there's a lot of different stories going around. So there's been claims going around about LAPD being coordinating with federal authorities. Can you provide clarity on the efforts as they relate to the? I know you just gave us sort of an overview of what you've been doing, but as they relate to any federal enforcement that has occurred here in the city?
Yeah, as far as coordinating or cooperating, we don't engage, as we've stated over and over again, don't engage in civil immigration enforcement at all. Our federal partners know that, and for the most part respect that, and do not put us in that position. As far as coordinating, we have spoken with the members of federal agencies in an effort to try and find out what the scale and scope of what they're going to do is, and how do we work alongside each other with our responsibility maintaining safety in the community. Those conversations will be ongoing, and we'll try and get as much information as we can in order to be able to deploy effectively when we get that information, in order to be able to share information that is beneficial to the safety of the community.
So you're not involved in it, but can you clarify what is our responsibility? What is LAPD's responsibility when we are called?
I'm sorry, sure. Thank you. Yeah, our responsibility when we receive a call for service is to get there as quickly as we can, prioritizing call based on call load and severity of the call, and be able to assess what we have when we get there, and then to be able to take appropriate action, bring in whatever resources are necessary, and meet the expectations of the community.
Okay, so there's been a lot of conversations over the past few months regarding Los Angeles's sanctuary city ordinance and the perceived protections it gives to the undocumented communities here in Los Angeles. Can you share with us your perspective on whether this ordinance provides any substantive protection to immigrant communities?
As far as protection, it's in line, certainly, as is the California Values Act, with the LAPD policy since 1979, which is not to stop anybody to determine their immigration status. And for LAPD, we don't ask, or it's not material to anything involved in the interactions that we would have with any of the residents of Los Angeles or any of the people that we deal with.
But does it sort of protect them, us being sexually, is there any sort of additional protection that gives against the federal government?
No. There's no ability to be able to stand between the federal government and the responsibilities that they're attempting to carry out.
Okay. Was there any other significant incidents that maybe outside the city that you think we should be aware of?
Incidents outside the city, certainly there was a major demonstration, protest, and violent interaction between ICE and other associated agencies involved in their enforcement activity in the city of Paramount, which is basically served by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and that was on Saturday.
All right, thank you, Chief. I think we probably have some questions from some of its members. Mr. President, if I throw it back to you.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. Chief, thank you for joining us here today. Are there any LA City facilities that have aided the detention of any individuals that you're aware of? Any of the police facilities that have been a part of what the federal government has acted upon?
No, not to my knowledge at all.
Okay. Is LAPD notified in advance of any raids that ICE is, or any of the federal agencies are engaged in? Do you have any advance notice?
We wouldn't have specifics. We often get advance notice if somebody's going to do a search warrant or a criminal apprehension that an outside agency is in our area, and the necessity for that is to avoid any blue-on-blue issues, so that we're aware that a law enforcement agency is doing police work at a location. We have been getting those to some degree, but I wouldn't say universally on this issue.
So they haven't been consistent about giving you advance warning that they're about to pursue an individual?
Yeah, I would say not consistent.
Okay. Were you provided any advance notice to the incident, the raid that occurred on Friday?
No, to my knowledge, the one on Santa Fe and 15th, to my
Correct.
knowledge, the first awareness we had of that was when the help call came out.
Okay.
And Newton area officers responded.
Can you provide guidance and insight for individuals that may or may not be aware when you get a help call?
Yeah.
What are the requirements in terms of our responsibility when those calls come in?
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. Just to put in LAPD parlance, if you will, when an officer's in the field and they need additional resources to be able to help deal with what they're faced with, generally speaking, it starts with request for an additional unit. Above that, then, we have a request for a backup. Next level is assistance, and then the top level is help. And generally, when somebody puts out a help call, anybody who's in the area at all basically drops what they're doing, if that's feasible, and gets to the help call to render assistance. That is something to us that is sacred. We don't think about doing that. We go and we put ourselves in whatever situation we have to help the person that's there. Often it's a down officer or somebody who's under attack.
So when you say the help call was being issued, are you distinguishing where the help call is derived from? Is it from our own officers, or is it from an associated agency? So for example, if the Sheriff's Department had a help call, would you respond to that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any agencies where you would not respond to a help call?
No. And there's no person who, in a circumstance that has the same kind of need on the street, that we wouldn't respond in the same fashion. Somebody, and we get these all the time, assaults in progress, shootings in progress, stabbings in progress. We get their code 3, lights and siren, as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, fire department's another one requesting assistance or help.
I'm sorry, you said the fire department as well.
Fire department, right.
Right.
And that's fairly routine.
Right. You indicated, I didn't catch all the numbers on the arrests, but the total of arrests you indicated, was it 114?
Was, yes.
Okay. And of the 114, you indicated 15 were for looting?
Yes.
So, we've seen a variety of news coverage, from all of the activity that's what we've experienced over the last few days. There were circumstances in downtown Los Angeles where we saw looting occurring with some of the shops and businesses. But there was also reporting that there was and I'm still trying to discern the source, but it was on Fox, on Alex Michelson, where the individual was making claims that it was the mayor and the city council that has obstructed the ability for the department to enforce. Are there any policies that you're aware of, or that perhaps I'm not aware of, that we have enacted that are obstructing the department or officers from apprehending and pursuing looters?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no policy in the city of Los Angeles that has obstructed police or law enforcement officials from arresting individuals engaged in looting and theft.
No, that's correct.
Okay. So I saw far more than 14 individuals engaged in looting.
Right.
Explain to me especially in the downtown area, because what we saw is the peaceful protests subsided in the afternoon, particularly once David was released, and we saw a lot of that receding. But then you saw trucks rolling into parts of downtown with mass distribution of different paraphernalia. What it appeared to be some nefarious activity, or at least those preparing to engage in perhaps some illicit activity. What observations, and it seemed to be in the Central Division.
Right.
What observations are being made, and what deployment or response to protect businesses downtown from what seemed to be emerging? Because I saw a skirmish line about a block away from where I saw some of the looting occur. So we only have 14 individuals. What additional deployment is being released to help ensure that those businesses are protected, or that there's more suspects that are being apprehended? Because I saw dozens and dozens of individuals.
Right. Yeah, no, great question, and I think everybody observes with frustration seeing what's happening out there. When you look at what's happening and you think, why don't the officers just reach out and arrest each of these people? Every time you arrest somebody, then you have to be able to provide for their transportation, their arrest, first of all, their transportation, their medical treatment if they need it, and their booking. And that takes people off the line and then puts them in the capacity of doing these other activities. So we have to be judicious when we're out there as far as what's the most important thing is protection of life. Property is after that. And so the incident commander is monitoring as much as we can based on all of the material available to them, video downlinks or on TV, watching what's going on in that fashion, and readjusting our response based on the resources available and the priorities that are listed ahead of them. Oftentimes during these same periods, while you're focusing on one incident happening and somebody's looting a store, there are other things such as other help calls going on for officers being under attack. That takes a priority over property crimes. So without looking at a specific incident, I can't tell you, but what we did to ramp up, initially on Friday, we were deployed for a regular Friday night. We were not aware that we were going to have what happened on Friday because it wasn't pre-planned. So as we went into this operational period, we continued to bring in more and more resources. We mobilized the Office of Operations. We put out a request through the sheriff for mutual aid. And yesterday we had 14 different agencies working with us to try and maintain order throughout the city of Los Angeles. And so as we move forward, we will continue in that posture, looking at other options as well to be able to do what we can to maintain the safety of the people of Los Angeles and the property of business owners, residents, and other facilities throughout the area as well.
Okay. We're no stranger to setting up, because we saw it after the looting that occurred back in 2020, how the department could apprehend a lot of those suspects. And in fact, this council approved $14 million, if I recall correctly, for after action report, implementation, training about how to do all this work right. Amada, you recall. And so all of that was expended and given to the department for precisely this reason, was to prepare for these types of events.
Right.
But we also saw certain instances, and I'm sure we can discuss these things in closed session.
Right.
But in terms of some of the tactics and approaches that are used in dispersing crowds to make sure that we are being as judicious as possible, cautious as possible, have you looked at who's being deployed on some of these front lines to ensure that that training has occurred? Because we dedicated a lot of resources to ensuring that the response is appropriate. And so I don't want us to be further down the line with more liability payouts because we weren't being thoughtful about who we're putting there.
Do you think we're not being thoughtful about this?
I'm asking you.
We are very thoughtful about this. We're putting our people in harm's way every day they go out there.
Chief, I'm
We take
asking
it
the
very
question.
seriously.
Chief, I'm asking the question about, has there been an evaluation of the individuals that are being deployed and that the training has been conducted? And the reason why I ask is I get it, and I understand the tensions are high. But my question is, to protect this city, are we doing that level of evaluation in this process?
Our patrol officers are formed up into mobile field forces to get a rapid deployment when there's an emergency to be able to address the need. They are trained in crowd management, crowd control on a variety of different fronts. We then bring in Metropolitan Division with specialized assets for crowd management and crowd control, and they're extensively trained for this purpose. So we're doing what we can. We're right in the middle of this now, so to be able to come up with an assessment on this kind of thing, we got to be pretty broad at this point. We're happy to look at all of these issues down the road. But yeah, our people are putting a lot on the line, getting out there and doing what they have to protect the residents of this city. And we put our people, who are probably among the best trained in the United States on police tactics, out there, and they've been doing a tremendous job.
Right. I just want to make sure, because we learned some very tough lessons in the wake of 2020, and we spent a lot of money for additional training that the department determined they needed in order to be better prepared for circumstances just like this.
Right.
So as we're reliving this, I want to make sure that all of those efforts were being exercised as we continue to do that. And that's what I'm asking, because that's going to continue to resurrect.
We have incident management teams now that are deployed, and I'd say I would put them up against anyone in the country or maybe the world as far as their ability, when they're trained together, to come in and manage an incident like this. I've been out there and I've been watching them at the command post, and we now have a unified unified command post with all the other agencies that are involved. And it is exceptionally impressive to watch them in action, what information they have available to them, and what they're doing in a very timely way to be able to get resources rapidly to where they're most needed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, thank you for the report. It's kind of a follow-up to Councilwoman's question, but what are we doing what's the department doing to reduce the number of injuries and to ensure the safety of protesters and personnel? Anything special, anything different? What are we doing to be more careful, more cautious?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to describe the level of restraint that we've seen by our people out there. We have given dispersal orders over and over again. We've given everybody every opportunity to leave the area. When we have the resources, then we will act on that and hold them accountable and arrest them. We haven't had the resources available to us in some cases where we otherwise would have made arrests. So I think we're being very cautious, very judicious. My concern is for our people on the front line, certainly, and any individual then who's in that environment as well, that nobody gets hurt if possible. But those that are assaulting police officers or other people in the environment, we're going to use the force that's appropriate to be able to take them into custody.
Mm-hmm. And how are we funding the personnel in these activations? Can we recoup any of these costs?
That's a question I'd have to answer after I spoke with our financial experts and probably the CAO's office as well. I am not sure where we would go to recoup those costs.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is that it, Ms. Price?
That's it.
All right. Councilmember Padilla.
Okay, so again, tensions are high, and I giggled at your last comment about the amount of restraints that your police officers are using to hold back, because I believe you. but I think that that's also very true with those who are protesting, right? I think the tensions are high. Those who are protesting want to get louder. They want to get more violent. I mean, what else can you do? You're attacking their parents. You're attacking their family members. And that doesn't feel like it's an even playing field. And I just want to know, I have a few questions. And I just want you to know that they're always with the intention of figuring out how to make sure that our community doesn't dislike its police department. You know, and it's important to me. I'm going to start with a story. When I was in college, and I went to go learn how to be a community organizer in Texas, Oil Town, Texas. A cohort of us interns from all over the country were working with a day labor center because there was a rise in Minutemen who were harassing them. And as part of our coalition, there was a police officer, and I was the only LA person there who was shocked that there was a police officer in our coalition. And I had people from the South and a bunch of folks from New York and New Jersey ask me, "You must be from Los Angeles." I said, how do you know? Because only people from Los Angeles don't trust their police department. There's nothing irregular with having a police officer help us fight the injustices of the Minutemen who are harassing the workers. And it always stood with me that it is possible for your community to not feel the way people like myself maybe grew up with the experiences that we had in the 90s. And I think that this is a really good time for us to really prove that things have changed. Now, as leaders, we're doing our part, asking our folks to protest peacefully, but I still think we need to do more to be creative about really showing that this is a department that cares about the people of Los Angeles, and as a paramilitary organization, is responsive to those above it, like the council and the mayor. And I know that there's policies that sometimes trigger you being responsive and in cahoots with other law agencies, but I still think that more can be done. So here's my questions. My understanding is that for folks who do engage in terrorizing the vehicles and in the looting, technology has changed. You have the technology now to find them and arrest them. Is that correct?
Well, we have technology that will certainly help us do that in many cases, and we're going to go aggressively after those that we have on video to be able to identify them and hold them accountable for their actions.
My understanding too is that now with AI, if somebody breaks into a car, it's so much more faster to find out if they've taken off to other parts of the county, correct?
Yeah, potentially the cars could be tracked, some depending on the type of car.
Would it also be dependent on the AI technology?
I don't know what you're referring to about that.
Well, I just had a case in my district where I was told that they broke into a car, and with AI, the police officers were able to find it.
Yeah, AI is a broad term. I'm not sure on what tool they mean. There's a lot of tools out there and a lot of investigative tactics to find people, and we'll use whatever's available legally to us to hold people accountable.
Okay, so then I guess my next question would probably be for whoever has the expertise of technology for your department.
Well, I think if you narrow the question down, what do you mean by AI?
Well, that's where I'm getting to.
Okay.
Can we use technology, like AI technology, to create a situation where your department can identify, hey, there's agents, non-city of LA, in a neighboring town, everyone go on alert in a way where you can support our business community and our immigrant community to know that it's time. That's something related to the lack of due process, the lack of warrants is about to hit our town. I'm asking
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
creativity question here. What can your department do to do more to warn us, to warn the business community that outside of our LA borders, coming in from Inglewood, coming in from Antelope Valley, I don't know, you can warn us so that we can warn our folks in the spirit of your loyalty to the city of Los Angeles?
So you're asking me to warn you about an enforcement action being taken by another agency before it happens?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Why not?
That would be obstruction of justice. You may want to talk to the city attorney about that.
Where's the city attorney? Aren't they here? I see her officers. Where's she?
We'll hear from the city attorney after we hear from LAPD. We can revisit it then.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, they're en route. We know they're coming. We know they're coming to bring disruption. There's no way that we can know.
I don't know how to even respond to that.
Wasn't she just here? Who took her? Where did she go?
We'll come back. She had to attend to some other business, but we can come back. We'll give you the opportunity to ask her
Well,
that
I need
question
to know.
directly.
Yeah, we don't do that. We're not gonna broadcast for, like, the FBI is looking for a terrorist suspect, say, right? Are we gonna tell, hey, the FBI is coming looking for you?
Yeah, but see, there's a difference between
Yeah, there's a
someone's
difference,
coming
but I'm
because they're
using
gonna,
that-
go get.
I'm using that as an example, but no, we're not allowed to do that. That would be completely inappropriate and illegal.
Is she coming?
She'll come late. She'll come after. We will hear from her after we hear from the chief. Councilmember Soto Martinez. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councilmember Padilla. Did you have more questions?
Well, the majority of my questions were going to stem from that.
Okay. We'll circle back to that. Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I understand tensions are high, but I don't have any questions, but I do want to make a statement regarding a lot of things we're discussing right now. Many of my colleagues have already asked a lot of questions that I think are appropriate, but I want to bring this body and hopefully the entire city of Los Angeles to what I think should be our goal in this moment. And that's to making sure we keep families together and doing everything in our authority to make sure we keep them together. That should be the goal of the city, and every personnel that works for the city, whether it's a proprietary department or in control of this council, should be working towards that goal. To the public and to my colleagues, they are going into workplaces without a warrant. They are going to our libraries, they are going to our schools, and their goal is to abduct our parents, family members, and children. That is the crisis that we are dealing with right now. The city was working just fine until the federal government decided to come in. They have caused the situation, they are escalating the situation, and they're doing that by bringing armored vehicles, bringing in the National Guard, and sending 700 Marines for no reason. They are adding to this issue. It is not the city, not as much as they are adding to this problem. And so we understand that in these situations, everyone has to do everything in their power to de-escalate the situation. Every single person needs to be here to de-escalate the situation. When there's violence on the street, that is a distraction from what we are trying to accomplish. Angelica Sala said it very well. When people commit violence, they become the story and not the people that are being disappeared literally in the middle of the night. We don't even know where people are in this moment. They are literally disappeared, and there is massive trauma happening in our city right now. So we got to keep a steady beat drum. We got to be disciplined, and we got to stay on message. And we cannot control what the federal government does, but we can control how we respond, how the city of Los Angeles responds. So, Chief, I got to say, I don't want to conflate things that are happening here. I know we're in a difficult situation. We have people that are part of the rapid response network, that they hear of an ICE sighting and they go and they're trying to document and let people know their rights. We have a group of people that are mobilized to do that. I also understand that we have people that are coming out in the night trying to do destruction to our city. And then we have, like a rally we had yesterday, where we were supporting our brother David Huerta, that was very organized, but it was bold, it was direct, and we had some very clear demands. But seeing LAPD, what appears to give safe passage to ICE on Friday, does not help the situation. It builds distrust from the community with LAPD. And I get it, you can respond to that if you want, but you're gonna say, we don't engage in it. I'll finish in a minute.
Sure.
We don't engage in that. But it's the perception that matters. It is the feelings that matter from the people of Los Angeles. To see a reporter get shot with a rubber bullet, what appeared to be on live television, does not add to the de-escalation. We have to be mindful of the tactics that are being used by some LAPD members that is adding to the de-escalation, because that is taking away from the goal of keeping families together. Just like a few protesters can take away from the messaging, the same thing can be said by LAPD. It overshadows the response. So I just want people to remember that in this moment, everybody as a city has to live by our values and keep our eyes on the prize. We are fighting a white nationalist president that would like nothing better than to come into our city and deport our people. And we have to use everything in our power to fight against that. And we also have to be on message, use the teachings of the civil rights movement, lead with nonviolent, direct action. It doesn't mean we have to be passive, but we can be bold and we can be confrontational, but non-violent. We cannot give the people of the city, we cannot give the opening that they are looking for. We need to do everything to fight for our folks. And that, Mr. Chief McDonald, you also have a responsibility with the people that you oversee.
Absolutely. And we take that very seriously. And anything that you've mentioned and other things that we become aware of, we investigate them. We do that better than any other department in the country, holding our people accountable to a very high standard. And that goes for the time we're in right now. But we're in day 4 of a very difficult time, so to be able to give you specific answers about any of these, I'll have to wait on that.
And I'll have more comments and questions in closed session.
Okay.
But I just want to say that for you and for the public.
Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Thank you, Council President. I want to be very clear before I ask my questions. The folks that I'm about to ask about are not the peaceful protesters. These are the chaos agents who do not care about our city or immigrants or our communities. 23 businesses trashed, looted, people ripping up our sidewalks, our infrastructure, smashing and burning cars. I shudder to think what it's going to cost those businesses, what it is currently costing taxpayers to respond to this, and what it is going to cost us to clean up this mess when these demonstrations come to an end. So, Chief, if this conduct, the criminal conduct, not the free speech conduct, the criminal behavior, the looting, the vandalizing, and the violence, if that continues into a 5th night, what is our plan to stop it? We understand the strain on your resources and all of the issues that causes in other places. We're grateful for the activation of our mutual aid partners, but this is not sustainable. So what is the plan to put an end to the chaos?
Yeah, not something I would talk about in open session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Sure.
And I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Soto Martinez, for his comments, particularly around what is being seen. We're constantly getting videos illustrating different actions taken by LAPD that just seem out of line for the situation. My colleague talked about the reporter. I have lawyers posting up videos of them getting shot. I've seen videos of non-lethals being fired at protesters over 50 yards away on the other side of barriers. I have lots of questions, but I can get into those later. What I just want to say is that the Constitution is the supreme law of our land. And in this moment, the federal government is violating our Constitution, our rights as a sovereign city and state. And we have to be very careful. Rules for thee, but not for me. And if they are not following the law and the rules, it feels inappropriate to follow the rules that enable their actions here. So I just wanted to uplift that if we have to think about the Constitution, and we We can't be abiding by the rules when they are not. And I'm not saying we break the rules, but we have to figure out then how do we move differently so that we are protecting Angelinos from the violation of their constitutional rights. And I would also like to even think about other tactics. I know we're going to speak in closed session later, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. And so before I kick to Councilmember Lee to wrap us up and take us into close, and I would just note the time to members, but I do want to make sure we say this in public. One, I want to thank you as the president of this council and your department for the work that you've done. Deputy Chief Tingarides, I saw your officers come in direct contact with people, looters coming out of stores with merchandise in their hand and have face-to-face contact with them and pull some of those people under arrest and managing downtown and keeping the damage and destructive relatively contained, given how widespread it could be in the nature of the city. So I want to especially appreciate those folks. This is tough work chasing people around in the middle of the night who are there for the specific purpose of carrying out crimes that they think they have the coverage of a protest that actually ended hours earlier. They feel like they have the coverage of that to do that. I think a couple things that I want to, again, say for the public to hear, and that is someone at midnight running around looting, even though there was a protest earlier, that person's not a protester. That person's a looter. That person's a criminal. So I have a lot of difficulty with those people being referred to as protesters, because they're not, any more than they're Dodger fans when this happens after the Dodger parade. Those people, we don't say Dodger fans burned a building. We say criminals burned a building, and I would really appreciate it if we would make that distinction, particularly when there's such a wide gap between when the action happened and when these crimes take place. I want to especially compliment, along with law enforcement, SEIU yesterday. SEIU around their action had a rope line, they had monitors, people with masks came to get into the action. They said, no, you can't be a part of our action. So they did the work and worked alongside you. There wasn't a single incident that happened at that action, and of course the news media didn't cover that at all. There were thousands of people there without incident. The news media didn't cover that at all. Let's be clear about who protesters are and who they aren't. Protesters protest. And people who loot are looters, and people who rob stores are robbers, and we should be clear about that distinction, and I ask you to do that. And then a thornier part, and I know this is thorny for you, Chief, and for the department, but it is a request I would put forward. If we know somebody's coming here to do warrantless abductions of the residents of this city, those people aren't our partners. They're just not. I don't care what badge they have on. I don't care whose orders they're under. They are not our partners. And sure, we have to protect the streets. I'm not objecting to anything that you did. I'm objecting to the characterization of them as law enforcement partners, because they may be partners with other people. They ain't partners with us. And I want to be super, super clear about that. Again, just distinguishing who's who in this moment. You have a job to do and you have to respond to calls. I get that, and I'm not criticizing that. But to refer to those people who are carrying out those openly unconstitutional activities, those are not our partners. And with that, I'll go to Mr. Lee before we go to closed session.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, I just want to thank you for coming here to answer these questions. I know this is I'm sure you're aware, this is a very difficult and emotional time, for our entire city, and I think we all appreciate the officers and the difficult task that they are having to deal with in this unprecedented situation that we are all going through. I just ask that, I appreciate the communication throughout the weekend, but just ask that you continue to work with this council so that we can try to, make the best out of what this situation in front of us is, this crazy situation that's in front of us. But
thank you.
Appreciate
Absolutely.
you being here and work you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll turn to the city attorney and we will prepare for a closed session with the chief. And then following the chief, we'll have the city attorney. We're going into closed session where we can hear more from the chief if folks have additional questions. And then that will be followed by the city attorney.
The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C for compress. Use any clean cloth. Apply the dressing directly to the wound and press down hard. Push down on top of the wound with both hands as hard as you can. If blood soaks through the dressing, do not remove it. Add another dressing on top and continue applying steady pressure. Do not release the pressure to check the wound. Keep steady pressure until help arrives.
Regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
This is about all of us. It's about choosing to believe in our city again and proving it with action. And no matter what our city faces, LA never, ever gives up.
Hi, I'm Eric Scott, the Captain and Public Information Officer for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Often people ask us really, what is brush clearance and why is it important? So simply put, brush fires continue to threaten life and property in the very high fire hazard severity zone. So that means areas that are prone to wildfires. And having brush clearance provides us the defensible space to save those lives and property. So particularly when you're clearing all of those ground fuels or the lower vegetation, that really helps us because it'll present what is called the fire ladder. And that's when the fire starts off low on the ground and it starts to climb upward to where it gets spread by winds. So what you might see is an ember would land on the ground, it would ignite the grass that is there, or what we call as light flashy fuel. Then it's going to jump to those lower hanging limbs or those branches and starts to climb up the tree, ignites that heavier fuel, and that just exasperates the problem. So this requirement does not apply to your healthy fruit trees or privacy hedges or ornamental shrubbery, as long as that's all well maintained, meaning that it's free of all dead and dry material. Also, people ask, well, what are the basic brush clearance requirements? So your basic requirements are this. You want to trim the weeds and the grass down to 3 inches. You need to trim the bottom third of a bush, the bottom 6 feet of a tree. Now, around your home, you'd want to maintain 5 feet clearance from the roof line. So if you're 5 foot tall and you're walking the perimeter of your roof, nothing should hit you in the head. And then you want to double that to 10 feet from the chimney, fences, and roadways. And it's important to note that these requirements are all within 200 feet of any structure or home, regardless if that structure or home is on your property or adjoining properties like your neighbors. So it's those areas that need to be clear in order to limit the spread of fire and to provide the defensible space for us firefighters to safely operate. So simply put, we'll provide the offense if you provide the defense. So here's your basic inspection process. It begins with the owner's self-inspection. So you want to compare your native brush and your landscape vegetation on your property with the information that you're going to find in the mailer and also on the lafd.org/brush website. Now, if you have difficulties and you're not able to do that yourself, you can hire a professional who can both understand the information and then apply it to the property that you own. But you want to clear your property as required prior to May 1st this year. And that way you're going to pass the fire department's inspection and you avoid a $33 non-compliance fee and also a time-consuming second inspection, which comes with a costly $668 non-compliance fee. So it's important to note too that there's no need to call for an inspection at any time. You don't need to call for an inspection. We're going to do that automatically. Our computer system tracks all the properties that are due for an inspection. So then we'll have an appropriate inspector. They're going to be notified that your property is due, and they're going to come in and inspect and or re-inspect if needed. Now for the first inspection. That first inspection is done by us, the fire department, and it is in May 1st, and it continues until June 30th. However, we want people to know that it is a year-round requirement to have brush clearance. And all parcels that are within that very high fire hazard severity zone, they will be initially inspected. Those parcels that are found in violation are going to be issued a notice of violation, and they'll be assessed, and that's when you get that $33 non-compliance fee. Then the homeowner has about 30 days to comply with that notice of violation. And the owner can check the status of their property by registering an account at vms3.lafd.org. So now when we come to the second inspection, that means that you as a homeowner were issued a notice of violation on the first inspection. So then you're going to be inspected a second time after that 30-day period. That gives you that grace period of 30 days to correct the violation. Then owners can check the status of their property again by registering your account at vms3.lafd.org. Now, if the property is not fully in compliance upon initial inspection, that owner is going to be notified via mail or email if you're registered within that website that we mentioned. So it's important to also say there's no need to call the LAFD brush unit when you're ready for your reinspection. That reinspection will be automatically scheduled as appropriate with their timeframes. It's all computerized. So if your property remains in non-compliance after a failed reinspection, then it's going to be cleared by city contractors. And the property owner or you will be invoiced a non-compliance fee of $668 plus an administrative fee of $1,498 on top of the contractor's fee, so you certainly want to avoid this. We get asked a lot of questions. Here is your top 7 most frequently asked questions and the answer. So number 1 is, how can I check the brush status of my own property? Again, that's that important website that we're driving home, the vms3.lafd.org. You could register a new brush clearance account there and check the status. Now use your APN, or the assessor parcel number, as well as a PIN, which is your personal identification number. It's going to be printed on the bottom of the owner notification that was mailed to you annually in March. Often we get asked, well, what is the best way to contact the brush unit? Simply put, the best way is to send an email. You send it to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, if you incorporate your APN and a brief description of the issue or the problem that you would like to discuss, that greatly assists us determining who you are and what the issue is. And then a member of our brush unit will respond to you within 48 hours. Also, you could feel free to call. The number is 1-800-994-4444. But we do ask for your patience in advance because it's very busy and there's minimal inspectors, so we have limited resources to take your call. But the office hours are from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding holidays. So what if you received a notice of noncompliance in the mail? What are you supposed to do then? Well, start by reading that notice very carefully. Identify the actual violations that were mentioned on your property. See what was cited there. And then you could follow the steps in the frequently asked questions, the first one there, to see photos that was taken by the inspector of your property and where the problem is. Then you want to correct those violations by the due date. So look at that due date. It'll be located at the top right corner of your notice. Here's another question we get. Okay, you were issued a notice of noncompliance, and now you did the right thing. You finished clearing your property of the violations that you were cited. Now what? What's next? Well, truthfully, you don't have to do anything at this point. After the allotted 30-day period, a fire inspector is going to re-inspect your property, and if your property is still in noncompliance, then you get that second notice to abate the fire hazard. That'll be mailed to you. Now, the city will start the process to have your property cleared by a contractor at your expense, so you want to avoid that. Some ask if there is a particular contractor that should be used to clear your property. Well, simply put, the city does not provide a recommendation, nor do we endorse any contractor. So really, it's you as the property owner, it's your responsibility to request the current proof of insurance, if they're bonded, if they have a license, and obtain any other relevant information about that contractor. But we do try to help. So there is a brush clearance contractor list on the website. So what do you do if you feel that the inspector is wrong and that your property is in compliance? And can you file an appeal? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Visit the LAFD Brush website to view the detailed inspection process, and that includes appeals. However, note that a failed inspection will subject you as the owner to fees that continue to increase with each failed inspection. All billing is conducted through the city's accounting services section. So if you have questions about that concerning your fees or your invoices or any fees that even could be attached to a tax bill, you should direct those to the source. That's accounting. So you could either call them at 213-978-3424, or you could send an email to lafd.brush@lacity.org. We understand that many people might be worried about their neighbor's property and that they might have a fire hazard because of some overgrown brush. And how would you report that? So first off, we want you to know that the fire department wants to hear your concerns so we can provide the clearance necessary for our firefighters to protect your property and your neighborhood. So you can report a brush fire hazard by email to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, please make sure that you include the exact location of the brush hazards, the address. If you have the APN, that would be even better. But of course, you need to put a brief description of what the hazards are and where those hazards are on the property. And of course, it's best not to go looking at those hazards on that neighbor's property without permission. You also can make your complaint by phone. That same phone number we provided before to our brush clearance unit is 1-800-994-4444. And again, we welcome your complaint, but remember too that we have limited resources to take your call, and those hours are from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Join LA's Public Library for June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, on Saturday, June 14th. The third annual June Jubilee welcomes everyone to a day of joy and inspiration with speakers, workshops, entertainment, and family activities. The day begins with a water blessing and continues with performances by African drummers, choirs, and dancers. From health and wellness to genealogy and technology to arts and crafts for all ages, there's something for everyone. Celebrate African American culture and contributions at this fun, family-friendly fair. June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, takes place at the Central Library on Saturday, June 14th from 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. For more information, visit the June Jubilee page at lapl.org. Join El Pueblo at the birthplace of Los Angeles to celebrate 40 years of the book The House on Mango Street. Written by Sandra Cisneros, The House on Mango Street is on the National Endowment for the Arts' Big Read. El Pueblo invites everyone to celebrate the book at a community program on Saturday, June 14th. There'll be art activities based on themes in the book, a tour of the America Tropical Interpretive Center, and an Adobe brick-making workshop. Join El Pueblo for the Big Read on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 11 a.m. For more information, visit elpueblo.lacity.gov/events. LA City Department of Recreation and Parks is celebrating Juneteenth at 3 of its swimming pools. Join the department for some engaging activities and unforgettable experiences, including sports, swim lessons, water play, CPR station, giveaways, and music. Float over to Algin Sutton Pool for a Juneteenth celebration on Thursday, June 12th at 1 p.m. Make a splash for Juneteenth at Celeste King Pool on Friday, June 13th at 3:30 p.m. And dive into Juneteenth at the Van Ness Pool on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 1 p.m. For more information, see the featured activities at laparks.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
The Los Angeles Public Library and the Library Foundation of Los Angeles have announced that their 2 creators in residence for 2025 are Ashley Walker and Tien Nguyen. The Creators in Residence program is designed to engage creative artists, support new works informed by the library's collections, and highlight the library as a creative haven. Designer, entrepreneur, and founder of Lemert Park Threads, Walker will use the library's historical archives to create a fashion line that embodies LA City's past. Experienced food writer and journalist Nguyen will expand on the library's menu collection to uncover the histories of people and communities behind LA restaurants. For more information, visit lapl.org/creators. At the 2025 Procure LA Summit, Mayor Karen Bass announced the launch of a new City of Los Angeles Business Navigator service. The website is a centralized online hub that will support small businesses ahead of major world events coming to the LA region from 2026 onwards. The Navigator service will help local businesses access city permits, resources, and procurement opportunities. According to Mayor Bass, the city is making sure small businesses help lead the way by investing in local talent to deliver real results for communities. For more information, visit business.lacity.gov. The LA Civil Rights Department and the Transgender Advisory Council, in partnership with Councilmember Isabel Jurado and LA Public Library, will host the second TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair. The event will take place at LA Central Library's Mark Taper Auditorium. The fair brings service providers, nonprofits, and government partners together to share information with TGI2+ individuals experiencing housing insecurity. According to LA Civil Rights, while homelessness is a citywide concern, TGI2+ individuals are affected at disproportionate rates. The TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair takes place on Monday, June 16th, beginning at 9:30 a.m., and includes a panel discussion and information on transgender community support. For more information, visit the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov.
The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C for compress. Use any clean cloth. Apply the dressing directly to the wound and press down hard. Push down on top of the wound with both hands as hard as you can. If blood soaks through the dressing, do not remove it. Add another dressing on top and continue applying steady pressure. Do not release the pressure to check the wound. Keep steady pressure until help arrives.
Scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
This is about all of us. It's about choosing to believe in our city again and proving it with action. And no matter what our city faces, LA never, ever gives up.
Hi, I'm Eric Scott, the Captain and Public Information Officer for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Often people ask us really, what is brush clearance and why is it important? So simply put, brush fires continue to threaten life and property in the very high fire hazard severity zone. So that means areas that are prone to wildfires. And having brush clearance provides us the defensible space to save those lives and property. So particularly when you're clearing all of those ground fuels or the lower vegetation, that really helps us because it'll present what is called the fire ladder. And that's when the fire starts off low on the ground and it starts to climb upward to where it gets spread by winds. So what you might see is an ember would land on the ground, it would ignite the grass that is there, or what we call as light flashy fuel. And then it's going to jump to those lower hanging limbs or those branches and starts to climb up the tree, ignites that heavier fuel, and that just exasperates the problem. So this requirement does not apply to your healthy fruit trees or privacy hedges or ornamental shrubbery, as long as that's all well maintained, meaning that it's free of all dead and dry material. Also, people ask, well, what are the basic brush clearance requirements. So your basic requirements are this. You want to trim the weeds and the grass down to 3 inches. You need to trim the bottom third of a bush, the bottom 6 feet of a tree. Now around your home, you'd want to maintain 5 feet clearance from the roof line. So if you're 5 foot tall and you're walking the perimeter of your roof, nothing should hit you in the head. And then you want to double that to 10 feet from the chimney, fences, and roadways. And it's important to note that these requirements are all within 200 feet of any structure or home, regardless if that structure or home is on your property or adjoining properties like your neighbors. So it's those areas that need to be clear in order to limit the spread of fire and to provide the defensible space for us firefighters to safely operate. So simply put, we'll provide the offense if you provide the defense. So here's your basic inspection process. It begins with the owner's self-inspection. So you want to compare your native brush and your landscape vegetation on your property with the information that you're going to find in the mailer and also on the lafd.org/brush website. Now, if you have difficulties and you're not able to do that yourself, you can hire a professional who can both understand the information and then apply it to the property that you own. But you want to clear your property as required prior to May 1st this year. And that way you're going to pass the fire department's inspection and you avoid a $33 non-compliance fee and also a time-consuming second inspection, which comes with a costly $668 non-compliance fee. So it's important to note too that there's no need to call for an inspection at any time. You don't need to call for an inspection. We're going to do that automatically. Our computer system tracks all the properties that are due for an inspection. So then we'll have an appropriate inspector. They're going to be notified that your property is due, and they're going to come in and inspect and or re-inspect if needed. Now for the first inspection. That first inspection is done by us, the fire department, and it is in May 1st, and it continues until June 30th. However, we want people to know that it is a year-round requirement to have brush clearance. And all parcels that are within that very high fire hazard severity zone, they will be initially inspected. Those parcels that are found in violation are going to be issued a notice of violation. And they'll be assessed, and that's when you get that $33 non-compliance fee. Then the homeowner has about 30 days to comply with that notice of violation. And the owner can check the status of their property by registering an account at vms3.lafd.org. So now when we come to the second inspection, that means that you as a homeowner were issued a notice of violation on the first inspection. So then you're going to be inspected a second time after that 30-day period. That gives you that grace period of 30 days to correct the violation. Then owners can check the status of their property again by registering your account at vms3.lafd.org. Now, if the property is not fully in compliance upon initial inspection, that owner is going to be notified via mail or email if it registered within that website that we mentioned. So it's important to also say there's no need to call the LAFD brush unit when you're ready for your re-inspection. That re-inspection will be automatically scheduled as appropriate with their time frames. It's all computerized. So if your property remains in non-compliance after a failed re-inspection, then it's going to be cleared by city contractors. And the property owner or you will be invoiced a non-compliance fee of $668 plus an administrative fee of $1,498 on top of the contractor's fee, so you certainly want to avoid this. We get asked a lot of questions. Here is your top 7 most frequently asked questions and the answers. So number 1 is, how can I check the brush status of my own property? Again, that's that important website that we're driving home, the vms3.lafd.org. You could register a new brush clearance account there and check the status. Now use your APN or the assessor parcel number, as well as a PIN, which is your personal identification number. It's going to be printed on the bottom of the owner notification that was mailed to you annually in March. Often we get asked, well, what is the best way to contact the brush unit? Simply put, the best way is to send an email. You send it to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, if you incorporate your APN and a brief description of the issue or the problem that you would like to discuss, that greatly assists us determining who you are and what the issue is. And then a member of our brush unit will respond to you within 48 hours. Also, you could feel free to call. The number is 1-800-994-4444. But we do ask for your patience in advance because it's very busy and there's minimal inspectors, so we have limited resources to take your call. But the office hours are from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding holidays. So what if you received a notice of noncompliance in the mail? What are you supposed to do then? Well, start by reading that notice very carefully. Identify the actual violations that were mentioned on your property. See what was cited there. And then you could follow the steps in the frequently asked questions, the first one there, to see photos that was taken by the inspector of your property and where the problem is. Then you want to correct those violations by the due date. So look at that due date. It'll be located at the top right corner of your notice. Here's another question we get. Okay, you were finished clearing your property of the violations that you were cited. Now what? What's next? Well, truthfully, you don't have to do anything at this point. After the allotted 30-day period, a fire inspector is going to re-inspect your property. And if your property is still in non-compliance, then you get that second notice to abate the fire hazard. That'll be mailed to you. Now, the city will start the process to have your property cleared by a contractor at your expense, so you want to avoid that. Some ask if there is a particular contractor that should be used to clear your property. Well, simply put, the city does not provide a recommendation, nor do we endorse any contractor. So really, it's you as the property owner, it's your responsibility to request the current proof of insurance, if they're bonded, if they have a license, and obtain any other relevant information about that contractor. But we do try to help. So there is a brush clearance contractor list on the website. So what do you do if you feel that the inspector is wrong and that your property is in compliance? And can you file an appeal? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Visit the LAFD Brush website to view the detailed inspection process, and that includes appeals. However, note that a failed inspection will subject you as the owner to fees that continue to increase with each failed inspection. All billing is conducted through the city's accounting services section. So if you have questions about that concerning your fees or your invoices or any fees that even could be attached to a tax bill, you should direct those to the source. That's accounting. So you could either call them at 213-978-3424, or you could send an email to lafd.brush@lacity.org. We understand that many people might be worried about their neighbor's property and that they might have a fire hazard because of some overgrown brush. And how would you report that? So first off, we want you to know that the fire department wants to hear your concerns so we can provide the clearance necessary for our firefighters to protect your property and your neighborhood. So you can report a brush fire hazard by email to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, please make sure that you include the exact location of the brush hazards, the address. If you have the APN, that would be even better. But of course, you need to put a brief description of what the hazards are and where those hazards are on the property. And of course, it's best not to go looking at those hazards on that neighbor's property without permission. You also can make your complaint by phone. That same phone number we provided before to our brush clearance unit is 1-800-994-4444. And again, we welcome your complaint, but remember too that we have limited resources to take your call, and those hours are from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Join LA's Public Library for June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, on Saturday, June 14th. The third annual June Jubilee welcomes everyone to a day of joy and inspiration with speakers, workshops, entertainment, and family activities. The day begins with a water blessing and continues with performances by African drummers, choirs, and dancers. From health and wellness to genealogy and technology to arts and crafts for all ages, there's something for everyone. Celebrate African American culture and contributions at this fun, family-friendly fair. June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, takes place at the Central Library on Saturday, June 14th from 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. For more information, visit the June Jubilee page at lapl.org. Join El Pueblo at the birthplace of Los Angeles to celebrate 40 years of the book The House on Mango Street. Written by Sandra Cisneros, The House on Mango Street is on the National Endowment for the Arts' Big Read. El Pueblo invites everyone to celebrate the book at a community program on Saturday, June 14th. There'll be art activities based on themes in the book, a tour of the America Tropical Interpretive Center, and an Adobe brick-making workshop. Join El Pueblo for the Big Read on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 11 a.m. For more information, visit elpueblo.lacity.gov/events. LA City Department of Recreation and Parks is celebrating Juneteenth at 3 of its swimming pools. Join the department for some engaging activities and unforgettable experiences, including sports, swim lessons, water play, CPR station, giveaways, and music. Float over to Algin Sutton Pool for a Juneteenth celebration on Thursday, June 12th at 1 p.m. Make a splash for Juneteenth at Celeste King Pool on Friday, June 13th at 3:30 p.m. And dive into Juneteenth at the Van Ness Pool on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 1 p.m. For more information, see the featured activities at laparks.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
The Los Angeles Public Library and the Library Foundation of Los Angeles have announced that their 2 creators in residence for 2025 are Ashley Walker and Tien Nguyen. The Creators in Residence program is designed to engage creative artists, support new works informed by the library's collections, and highlight the library as a creative haven. Designer, entrepreneur, and founder of Lemert Park Threads, Walker will use the library's historical archives to create a fashion line that embodies LA City's past. Experienced food writer and journalist Nguyen will expand on the library's menu collection to uncover the histories of people and communities behind LA restaurants. For more information, visit lapl.org/creators. At the 2025 Procure LA Summit, Mayor Karen Bass announced the launch of a new City of Los Angeles Business Navigator service. The website is a centralized online hub that will support small businesses ahead of major world events coming to the LA region from 2026 onwards. The Navigator service will help local businesses access city permits, resources, and procurement opportunities. According to Mayor Bass, the city is making sure small businesses help lead the way by investing in local talent to deliver real results for communities. For more information, visit business.lacity.gov. The LA Civil Rights Department and the Transgender Advisory Council, in partnership with Councilmember Isabel Jurado and LA Public Library, will host the second TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair. The event will take place at LA Central Library's Mark Taper Auditorium. The fair brings service providers, nonprofits, and government partners together in insecurity. According to LA Civil Rights, while homelessness is a citywide concern, TGI2+ individuals are affected at disproportionate rates. The TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair takes place on Monday, June 16th, beginning at 9:30 a.m., and includes a panel discussion and information on transgender community support. For more information, visit the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov.
The #1 cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C for compress. Use any clean cloth. Apply the dressing directly to the wound and press down hard. Push down on top of the wound with both hands as hard as you can. If blood soaks through the dressing, do not remove it. Add another dressing on top and continue applying steady pressure. Do not release the pressure to check the wound. Keep steady pressure until help arrives.
Scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
This is about all of us. It's about choosing to believe in our city again and proving it with action. And no matter what our city faces, LA never, ever gives up.
Hi, I'm Eric Scott, the Captain and Public Information Officer for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Often people ask us really, what is brush clearance and why is it important? So simply put, brush fires continue to threaten life and property in the very high fire hazard severity zone. So that means areas that are prone to wildfires. And having brush clearance provides us the defensible space to save those lives and property. So particularly when you're clearing all of those ground fuels or the lower vegetation, that really helps us because it'll present what is called the fire ladder. And that's when the fire starts off low on the ground and it starts to climb upward to where it gets spread by winds. So what you might see is an ember would land on the ground, it would ignite the grass that is there, or what we call as light flashy fuel. Then it's going to jump to those lower hanging limbs or those branches and starts to climb up the tree, ignites that heavier fuel, and that just exasperates the problem. So this requirement does not apply to your healthy fruit trees or privacy hedges or ornamental shrubbery, as long as that's all well maintained, meaning that it's free of all dead and dry material. Also, people ask, well, what are the basic brush clearance requirements? So your basic requirements are this. You want to trim the weeds and the grass down to 3 inches. You need to trim the bottom third of a bush, the bottom 6 feet of a tree. Now, around your home, you'd want to maintain 5 feet clearance from the roof line. So if you're 5 foot tall and you're walking the perimeter of your roof, nothing should hit you in the head. And then you want to double that to 10 feet from the chimney, fences, and roadways. And it's important to note that these requirements are all within 200 feet of any structure or home, regardless if that structure or home is on your property or adjoining properties like your neighbors. So it's those areas that need to be clear in order to limit the spread of fire and to provide the defensible space for us firefighters to safely operate. So simply put, we'll provide the offense if you provide the defense. So here's your basic inspection process. It begins with the owner's self-inspection. So you want to compare your native brush and your landscape vegetation on your property with the information that you're going to find in the mailer and also on the lafd.org/brush website. Now, if you have difficulties and you're not able to do that yourself, you can hire a professional who can both understand the information and then apply it to the property that you own. But you want to clear your property as required prior to May 1st this year. And that way you're going to pass the fire department's inspection and you avoid a $33 non-compliance fee and also a time-consuming second inspection, which comes with a costly $668 non-compliance fee. So it's important to note too that there's no need to call for an inspection at any time. You don't need to call for an inspection. We're going to do that automatically. Our computer system tracks all the properties that are due for an inspection. So then we'll have an appropriate inspector. They're going to be notified that your property is due, and they're going to come in and inspect and or re-inspect if needed. Now for the first inspection. That first inspection is done by us, the fire department, and it is in May 1st, and it continues until June 30th. However, we want people to know that it is a year-round requirement to have brush clearance. And all parcels that are within that very high fire hazard severity zone, they will be initially inspected. Those parcels that are found in violation are going to be issued a notice of violation, and they'll be assessed, and that's when you get that $33 non-compliance fee. Then the homeowner has about 30 days to comply with that notice of violation. And the owner can check the status of their property by registering an account at vms3.lafd.org. So now when we come to the second inspection, that means that you as a homeowner were issued a notice of violation on the first inspection. So then you're going to be inspected a second time after that 30-day period. That gives you that grace period of 30 days to correct the violation. Then owners can check the status of their property again by registering your account at vms3.lafd.org. Now, if the property is not fully in compliance upon initial inspection, that owner is going to be notified via mail or email if you're registered within that website that we mentioned. So it's important to also say there's no need to call the LAFD brush unit when you're ready for your reinspection. That reinspection will be automatically scheduled as appropriate with their timeframes. It's all computerized. So if your property remains in non-compliance after a failed reinspection, then it's going to be cleared by city contractors. And the property owner or you will be invoiced a non-compliance fee of $668 plus an administrative fee of $1,498 on top of the contractor's fee, so you certainly want to avoid this. We get asked a lot of questions. Here is your top 7 most frequently asked questions and the answer. So number 1 is, how can I check the brush status of my own property? Again, that's that important website that we're driving home, the vms3.lafd.org. You could register a new brush clearance account there and check the status. Now use your APN or the assessor parcel number, as well as a PIN, which is your personal identification number. It's going to be printed on the bottom of the owner notification that was mailed to you annually in March. Often we get asked, well, what is the best way to contact the brush unit? Simply put, the best way is to send an email. You send it to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, if you incorporate your APN and a brief description of the issue or the problem that you would like to discuss, that greatly assists us determining who you are and what the issue is. And then a member of our brush unit will respond to you within 48 hours. Also, you could feel free to call. The number is 1-800-994-4444. But we do ask for your patience in advance because it's very busy and there's minimal inspectors, so we have limited resources to take your call. But the office hours are from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding holidays. So what if you received a notice of noncompliance in the mail? What are you supposed to do then? Well, start by reading that notice very carefully. Identify the actual violations that were mentioned on your property. See what was cited there. And then you could follow the steps in the frequently asked questions, the first one there, to see photos that was taken by the inspector of your property and where the problem is. Then you want to correct those violations by the due date. So look at that due date. It'll be located at the top right corner of your notice. Here's another question we get. Okay, you were issued a notice of noncompliance, and now you did the right thing. You finished clearing your property of the violations that you were cited. Now what? What's next? Well, truthfully, you don't have to do anything at this point. After the allotted 30-day period, a fire inspector is going to re-inspect your property, and if your property is still in noncompliance, then you get that second notice to abate the fire hazard. That'll be mailed to you. Now, the city will start the process to have your property cleared by a contractor at your expense, so you want to avoid that. Some ask if there is a particular contractor that should be used to clear your property. Well, simply put, the city does not provide a recommendation, nor do we endorse any contractor. So really, it's you as the property owner, it's your responsibility to request the current proof of insurance, if they're bonded, if they have a license, and obtain any other relevant information about that contractor. But we do try to help. So there is a brush clearance contractor list on the website. So what do you do if you feel that the inspector is wrong and that your property is in compliance? And can you file an appeal? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Visit the LAFD Brush website to view the detailed inspection process, and that includes appeals. However, note that a failed inspection will subject you as the owner to fees that continue to increase with each failed inspection. All billing is conducted through the city's accounting services section. So if you have questions about that concerning your fees or your invoices or any fees that even could be attached to a tax bill, you should direct those to the source. That's accounting. So you could either call them at 213-978-3424, or you could send an email to lafd.brush@lacity.org. We understand that many people might be worried about their neighbor's property and that they might have a fire hazard because of some overgrown brush. And how would you report that? So first off, we want you to know that the fire department wants to hear your concerns so we can provide the clearance necessary for our firefighters to protect your property and your neighborhood. So you can report a brush fire hazard by email to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, please make sure that you include the exact location of the brush hazards, the address. If you have the APN, that would be even better. But of course, you need to put a brief description of what the hazards are and where those hazards are on the property. And of course, it's best not to go looking at those hazards on that neighbor's property without permission. You also can make your complaint by phone. That same phone number we provided before to our brush clearance unit is 1-800-994-4444. And again, we welcome your complaint, but remember too that we have limited resources to take your call, and those hours are from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Join LA's Public Library for June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, on Saturday, June 14th. The third annual June Jubilee welcomes everyone to a day of joy and inspiration with speakers, workshops, entertainment, and family activities. The day begins with a water blessing and continues with performances by African drummers, choirs, and dancers. From health and wellness to genealogy and technology to arts and crafts for all ages, there's something for everyone. Celebrate African American culture and contributions at this fun, family-friendly fair. June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, takes place at the Central Library on Saturday, June 14th from 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. For more information, visit the June Jubilee page at lapl.org. Join El Pueblo at the birthplace of Los Angeles to celebrate 40 years of the book The House on Mango Street. Written by Sandra Cisneros, The House on Mango Street is on the National Endowment for the Arts' Big Read. El Pueblo invites everyone to celebrate the book at a community program on Saturday, June 14th. There'll be art activities based on themes in the book, a tour of the America Tropical Interpretive Center, and an Adobe brick-making workshop. Join El Pueblo for the Big Read on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 11 a.m. For more information, visit elpueblo.lacity.gov/events. LA City Department of Recreation and Parks is celebrating Juneteenth at 3 of its swimming pools. Join the department for some engaging activities and unforgettable experiences, including sports, swim lessons, water play, CPR station, giveaways, and music. Float over to Algin Sutton Pool for a Juneteenth celebration on Thursday, June 12th at 1 p.m. Make a splash for Juneteenth at Celeste King Pool on Friday, June 13th at 3:30 p.m. And dive into Juneteenth at the Van Ness Pool on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 1 p.m. For more information, see the featured activities at laparks.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
The Los Angeles Public Library and the Library Foundation of Los Angeles have announced that their 2 creators in residence for 2025 are Ashley Walker and Tien Nguyen. The Creators in Residence program is designed to engage creative artists, support new works informed by the library's collections, and highlight the library as a creative haven. Designer, entrepreneur, and founder of Lemert Park Threads, Walker will use the library's historical archives to create a fashion line that embodies LA City's past. Experienced food writer and journalist Nguyen will expand on the library's menu collection to uncover the histories of people and communities behind LA restaurants. For more information, visit lapl.org/creators. At the 2025 Procure LA Summit, Mayor Karen Bass announced the launch of a new City of Los Angeles Business Navigator service. The website is a centralized online hub that will support small businesses ahead of major world events coming to the LA region from 2026 onwards. The Navigator service will help local businesses access city permits, resources, and procurement opportunities. According to Mayor Bass, the city is making sure small businesses help lead the way by investing in local talent to deliver real results for communities. For more information, visit business.lacity.gov. The LA Civil Rights Department and the Transgender Advisory Council, in partnership with Councilmember Isabel Jurado and LA Public Library, will host the second TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair. The event will take place at LA Central Library's Mark Taper Auditorium. The fair brings service providers, nonprofits, and government partners together to share information with TGI2+ individuals experiencing housing insecurity. According to LA Civil Rights, while homelessness is a citywide concern, TGI2+ individuals are affected at disproportionate rates. The TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair takes place on Monday, June 16th, beginning at 9:30 a.m., and includes a panel discussion and information on transgender community support. For more information, visit the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov.
All right, the room has been open. I'll ask someone over there. I'll ask if
call
there-
the roll.
All right, yes, sir.
Bloomfield, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Jurado, Lee, McOsker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky. 15 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, I'm going to ask if we have any speakers for public comment on the queue.
And I would point out there is no action coming out of closed session unless councils act on it in open.
All right.
Are there any speakers here who would like to speak on the special agenda items? Please raise your hand. Okay, line up to your left.
So for the 2 speakers, you will have up to 1 minute each for the 2 items. This is a special meeting. There is no general public comment.
And public comment will be closed after these 2 speakers.
Mr. Herman, which items do you want to speak on?
I said simplify.
Which items do you want to speak on, Mr. Herman?
Fucking items.
Go ahead.
Simplify
fucking faggots. The federal immigration enforcement is an action by Donald Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump. And we need enforcement to keep the little cheerleaders and the big fat burger butts and that Gerardo and her 2 terrorist staff from bringing down this country. If you're here illegally, get naturalization. If not, then you're doing something illegally according to the law. And I am the magistrate of the law, Sambos. And you Uncle Toms, you're gonna bail down to the new order. Trump! Then look at item number 54, motherfuckers. I'll read it into the record, word per word. Motherfucking council may recess to a closed fucking session on the day labor sweatshops with no benefit session to discuss what they're receiving advice from the fucking legal department. That fucking, what's her name? Howdy? What's her name? Pumpkinhead. Yeah. So, in pursuit to California Government Code, section of the Brown Act, 54956, motherfuckers, under D for dicks like you, Mr. Attorney. Don't take it disrespectfully. I'm only addressing the D in parentheses. As you may know, D-I-C-K stands for
So
dick.
you're off topic, Mr. Herman. Please get back on topic.
Now, going back onto the litigation on those 3 litigations, 42 U.S.C. 1983 polite. Fuck you, white motherfucking niggas. I represent this country. Donald Trump and the government represent. You motherfuckers, local government. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Next speaker. Mr. Spindler, which items do you want to speak on?
I can speak on all the items.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Please begin.
General comment. So we got here federal immigration enforcement. Wow, they send people from the ICE. Dum 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 dum. ICE, ICE, baby. They all here. ICE, ICE, baby. Do you have your paperwork? If you don't, you're gonna be like Hamburger Hernandez. You're gonna be left without a cheeseburger or hope. You're gonna be taken by a van and then taken down by the river and deported. Is that what you want? You want to be deported, Unisys? You want to be deported, Husabel? How about you, Stalin? You want to be deported? How about Tracy Park? Does she want to be deported? How about Kern Price? You want to be deported? Yes, you do, Kern Price. You'd like to be deported so you can avoid prison. And then we get over to this motherfucking 54 regarding a secret initiation of litigation. 3 potential cases. Number 1, you're going to try to sue to stop ICE. Number 2, you're going to sue to stop the public from ever coming back here. And number 3, you're going to sue to have Unisys Hernandez put on a special diet to lose 100 pounds. So I support all 3 of these motherfuckers. You gotta go to the federal court, you gotta get outside counsel, and then you gotta vote on this shit. And that little fucking goat herder, Adrian Azarian, knows how much it's gonna cost. So again, everybody, Django Unchained is running it. Fuck your mothers. I wish they all had abortion.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler. And the last and final speaker, please. Hi, speaker. Which items are you speaking on?
I would like to speak on all items and
So
general
that's
public comment.
So it's only the 2 items now for the closed session. So you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Council President Nuri Martinez. So item number 53, I am here to voice my support to our federal immigration law enforcement, because in the city, under the management of our city attorney, there's no such thing called a law and order. and then all of those illegals can just go on the street and break the window, break the car, and then damage, attack other people, assault, burn the police car. By the way, City Attorney, I want to ask you, since the federal immigration take action, how many police cars are being burned? Actually, I want to ask you, because you don't even know, and then you do not want to know because you never care about public safety. So I am here to support our federal law enforcement, our local law enforcement, and hopefully we will continue to catch all those illegal gangbangers. Now, move on to item number 54. Is about 3 potential initiation of the lawsuit by our city attorney's office. Yes, I am not surprised because our city attorney will sue the federal immigration law enforcement, because our city attorney are saying that if you are illegal in the LA, you are perfect. If you are legal in LA, you are the criminal. So actually our city attorney believe actually the backward. So I understand that a city attorney wants to sue the President Trump, to sue the DHS, to sue the ICE, to sue the HSI, but I want to make my message loud and clear. No matter city attorney, how many people you sue, we always stand on the rooftop to stand in solidarity with our federal, local law enforcement, that we have our First Amendment, we have our Second Amendment to defend our life, to defend our property, to defend our safety. Thank you very much, LAPD.
Thank you.
All right, that closes public comment. What's next, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, would the council like to adjourn the special meeting and reconvene the regular meeting, sir?
All right, we can do that. Just want to call the roll.
Yes, sir. Blumenfield, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Jurado, Lee, McCosker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky, 15 members present in the quorum, Mr. President.
All right, so we've got another closed session that we've got to do in this regular meeting. Can we read out the item for that and ask, after that's been read, that we prepare for closed session?
Yes, sir. The council may now proceed to closed session item 52.
All right, item 52, so the council is going into closed session. I'll ask that everybody exit the room who is not a staff of a council member, the mayor, the city attorney's office. We'll be hearing from the city attorney on this item.
And that just exasperates the problem. So this requirement does not apply to your healthy fruit trees or privacy hedges or ornamental shrubbery, as long as that's all well maintained, meaning that it's free of all dead and dry material. Also, people ask, well, what are the basic brush clearance requirements? So your basic requirements are this. You want to trim the weeds and the grass down to 3 inches. You need to trim the bottom third of a bush, the bottom 6 feet of a tree. Now around your home, you'd want to maintain 5 feet clearance from the roof line. So if you're 5 foot tall and you're walking the perimeter of your roof, nothing should hit you in the head. And then you want to double that to 10 feet from the chimney, fences, and roadways. And it's important to note that these requirements are all within 200 feet of any structure or home, regardless if that structure or home is on your property or adjoining properties like your neighbors. So it's those areas that need to be clear in order to limit the spread of fire and to provide the defensible space for us firefighters to safely operate. So simply put, we'll provide the offense if you provide the defense. So here's your basic inspection process. It begins with the owner's self-inspection. So you want to compare your native brush and your landscape vegetation on your property with the information that you're going to find in the mailer and also on the lafd.org/brush website. Now, if you have difficulties and you're not able to do that yourself, you can hire a professional who can both understand the information and then apply it to the property that you own. But you want to clear your property as required prior to May 1st this year. And that way you're going to pass the fire department's inspection and you avoid a $33 non-compliance fee and also a time-consuming second inspection, which comes with a costly $668 non-compliance fee. So it's important to note too that there's no need to call for an inspection at any time. You don't need to call for an inspection. We're going to do that automatically. Our computer system tracks all the properties that are due for an inspection. So then we'll have an appropriate inspector. They're going to be notified that your property is due, and they're going to come in and inspect and or re-inspect if needed. Now for the first inspection. That first inspection is done by us, the fire department, and it is in May 1st, and it continues until June 30th. However, we want people to know that it is a year-round requirement to have brush clearance. And all parcels that are within that very high fire hazard severity zone, they will be initially inspected. Those parcels that are found in violation are going to be issued a notice of violation, and they'll be assessed, and that's when you get that $33 non-compliance fee. Then the homeowner has about 30 days to comply with that notice of violation, and the owner can check the status of their property by registering an account at vms3.lafd.org. So now when we come to the second inspection, that means that you as a homeowner were issued a notice of violation on the first inspection. So then you're going to be inspected a second time after that 30-day period. That gives you that grace period of 30 days to correct the violation. Then owners can check the status of their property again by registering your account at vms3.lafd.org. Now, if the property is not fully in compliance upon initial inspection, that owner is going to be notified via mail or email if you're registered within that website that we mentioned. So it's important to also say there's no need to call the LAFD brush unit when you're ready for your re-inspection. That re-inspection will be automatically scheduled as appropriate with their timeframes. It's all computerized. So if your property remains in non-compliance after a failed re-inspection, then it's going to be cleared by city contractors. And the property owner or you will be invoiced a non-compliance fee of $668 plus an administrative fee of $1,498 on top of the contractor's fee, so you certainly want to avoid this. We get asked a lot of questions. Here is your top 7 most frequently asked questions and the answer. So number 1 is, how can I check the brush status of my own property? Again, that's that important website that we're driving home, the vms3.lafd.org. You could register a new brush clearance account there and check the status. Now use your APN or the assessor parcel number, as well as a PIN, which is your personal identification number. It's going to be printed on the bottom of the owner notification that was mailed to you annually in March. Often we get asked, well, what is the best way to contact the brush unit? Simply put, the best way is to send an email. You send it to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, if you incorporate your APN and a brief description of the issue or the problem that you would like to discuss, that greatly assists us determining who you are and what the issue is. And then a member of our brush unit will respond to you within 48 hours. Also, you could feel free to call. The number is 1-800-994-4444. But we do ask for your patience in advance because it's very busy and there's minimal inspectors, so we have limited resources to take your call. But the office hours are from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding holidays. So what if you received a notice of non-compliance in the mail? What are you supposed to do then? Well, start by reading that notice very carefully. Identify the actual violations that were mentioned on your property. See what was cited there. And then you could follow the steps in the frequently asked questions, the first one there, to see photos that was taken by the inspector of your property and where the problem is. Then you want to correct those violations by the due date. So look at that due date. It'll be located at the top right corner of your notice. Here's another question we get. Okay, you were issued a notice of non-compliance, and now you did the right thing. You finished clearing your property of the violations that you were cited. Now what? What's next? Well, truthfully, you don't have to do anything at this point. After the allotted 30-day period, a fire inspector is going to re-inspect your property. And if your property is still in non-compliance, then you get that second notice to abate the fire hazard. That'll be mailed to you. Now, the city will start the process to have your property cleared by a contractor at your expense, so you want to avoid that. Some ask if there is a particular contractor that should be used to clear your property. Well, simply put, the city does not provide a recommendation, nor do we endorse any contractor. So really, it's you as the property owner, it's your responsibility to request the current proof of insurance, if they're bonded, if they have a license, and obtain any other relevant information about that contractor. But we do try to help. So there is a brush clearance contractor list on the website. So what do you do if you feel that the inspector is wrong and that your property is in compliance? And can you file an appeal? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Visit the LAFD Brush website to view the detailed inspection process, and that includes appeals. However, note that a failed inspection will subject you as the owner to fees that continue to increase with each failed inspection. All billing is conducted through the city's accounting services section. So if you have questions about that concerning your fees or your invoices or any fees that even could be attached to a tax bill, you should direct those to the source. That's accounting. So you could either call them at 213-978-3424, or you could send an email to lafd.brush@lacctg@lacity.org. We understand that many people might be worried about their neighbor's property and that they might have a fire hazard because of some overgrown brush. And how would you report that? So first off, we want you to know that the fire department wants to hear your concerns so we can provide the clearance necessary for our firefighters to protect your property and your neighborhood. So you can report a brush fire hazard by email to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, please make sure that you include the exact location of the brush hazards, the address. If you have the APN, that would be even better. But of course, you need to put a brief description of what the hazards are and where those hazards are on the property. And of course, it's best not to go looking at those hazards on that neighbor's property without permission. You also can make your complaint by phone. That same phone number we provided before to our brush clearance unit is 1-800-994-4444. And again, we welcome your complaint, but remember too that we have limited resources to take your call, and those hours are from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Join LA's Public Library for June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, on Saturday, June 14th. The third annual June Jubilee welcomes everyone to a day of joy and inspiration with speakers, workshops, entertainment, and family activities. The day begins with a water blessing and continues with performances by African drummers, choirs, and dancers. From health and wellness to genealogy and technology to arts and crafts for all ages, there's something for everyone. Celebrate African American culture and contributions at this fun, family-friendly fair. June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, takes place at the Central Library on Saturday, June 14th from 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. For more information, visit the June Jubilee page at lapl.org. Join El Pueblo at the birthplace of Los Angeles to celebrate 40 years of the book The House on Mango Street. Written by Sandra Cisneros, The House on Mango Street is on the National Endowment for the Arts' Big Read. El Pueblo invites everyone to celebrate the book at a community program on Saturday, June 14th. There'll be art activities based on themes in the book, a tour of the America Tropical Interpretive Center, and an Adobe brick-making workshop. Join El Pueblo for the Big Read on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 11 a.m. For more information, visit elpueblo.lacity.gov/events. LA City Department of Recreation and Parks is celebrating Juneteenth at 3 of its swimming pools. Join the department for some engaging activities and unforgettable experiences, including sports, swim lessons, water play, CPR station, giveaways, and music. Float over to Algin Sutton Pool for a Juneteenth celebration on Thursday, June 12th at 1 p.m. Make a splash for Juneteenth at Celeste King Pool on Friday, June 13th at 3:30 p.m. And dive into Juneteenth at the Van Ness Pool on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 1 p.m. For more information, see the featured activities at laparks.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
The Los Angeles Public Library and the Library Foundation of Los Angeles have announced that their two creators in residence for 2025 are Ashley Walker and Tien Nguyen. The Creators in Residence program is designed to engage creative artists, support new works informed by the library's collections, and highlight the library as a creative haven. Designer, entrepreneur, and founder of Lemert Park Threads, Walker will use the library's historical archives to create a fashion line that embodies LA City's past. Experienced food writer and journalist Nguyen will expand on the library's menu collection to uncover the histories of people and communities behind LA restaurants. For more information, visit lapl.org/creators. At the 2025 Procure LA Summit, Mayor Karen Bass announced the launch of a new City of Los Angeles Business Navigator service. The website is a centralized online hub that will support small businesses ahead of major world events coming to the LA region from 2026 onwards. The Navigator service will help local businesses access city permits, resources, and procurement opportunities. According to Mayor Bass, the city is making sure small businesses help lead the way by investing in local talent to deliver real results for communities. For more information, visit business.lacity.gov. The LA Civil Rights Department and the Transgender Advisory Council, in partnership with Councilmember Isabel Jurado and LA Public Library, will host the second TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair. The event will take place at LA Central Library's Mark Taper Auditorium. The fair brings service providers, nonprofits, and government partners together to share information with TGI2+ individuals experiencing housing insecurity. According to LA Civil Rights, while homelessness is a citywide concern, TGI2+ individuals are affected at disproportionate rates. The TGI2+ Housing Resource Fair takes place on Monday, June 16th, beginning at 9:30 a.m., and includes a panel discussion and information on transgender community support. For more information, visit the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov.
The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C for compress. Use any clean cloth. Apply the dressing directly to the wound and press down hard. Push down on top of the wound with both hands as hard as you can. If blood soaks through the dressing, do not remove it. Add another dressing on top and continue applying steady pressure. Do not release the pressure to check the wound. Keep steady pressure until help arrives.
Regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
This is about all of us. It's about choosing to believe in our city again and proving it with action. And no matter what our city faces, LA never, ever gives up.
Hi, I'm Eric Scott, the Captain and Public Information Officer for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Often people ask us really, what is brush clearance and why is it important? So simply put, brush fires continue to threaten life and property in the very high fire hazard severity zone. So that means areas that are prone to wildfires. And having brush clearance provides us the defensible space to save those lives and property. So particularly when you're clearing all of those ground fuels or the lower vegetation, that really helps us because it'll present what is called the fire ladder. And that's when the fire starts off low on the ground and it starts to climb upward to where it gets spread by winds. So what you might see is an ember would land on the ground, it would ignite the grass that is there, or what we call as light flashy fuel. Then it's going to jump to those lower hanging limbs or those branches and starts to climb up the tree, ignites that heavier fuel, and that just exasperates the problem. So this requirement does not apply to your healthy fruit trees or privacy hedges or ornamental shrubbery, as long as that's all well maintained, meaning that it's free of all dead and dry material. Also, people ask, well, what are the basic brush clearance requirements? So your basic requirements are this. You want to trim the weeds and the grass down to 3 inches. You need to trim the bottom third of a bush, the bottom 6 feet of a tree. Now, around your home, you'd want to maintain 5 feet clearance from the roof line. So if you're 5 foot tall and you're walking the perimeter of your roof, nothing should hit you in the head. And then you want to double that to 10 feet from the chimney, fences, and roadways. And it's important to note that these requirements are all within 200 feet of any structure or home, regardless if that structure or home is on your property or adjoining properties like your neighbors. So it's those areas that need to be clear in order to limit the spread of fire and to provide the defensible space for us firefighters to safely operate. So simply put, we'll provide the offense if you provide the defense. So here's your basic inspection process. It begins with the owner's self-inspection. So you want to compare your native brush and your landscape vegetation on your property with the information that you're going to find in the mailer and also on the lafd.org/brush website. Now, if you have difficulties and you're not able to do that yourself, you can hire a professional who can both understand the information and then apply it to the property that you own. But you want to clear your property as required prior to May 1st this year. And that way you're going to pass the fire department's inspection and you'll avoid a $33 non-compliance fee and also a time-consuming second inspection, which comes with a costly $668 non-compliance fee. So it's important to note too that there's no need to call for an inspection at any time. You don't need to call for an inspection. We're going to do that automatically. Our computer system tracks all the properties that are due for an inspection. So then we'll have an appropriate inspector. They're going to be notified that your property is due, and they're going to come in and inspect and or re-inspect if needed. Now for the first inspection. That first inspection is done by us, the fire department, and it is in May 1st, and it continues until June 30th. However, we want people to know that it is a year-round requirement to have brush clearance. And all parcels that are within that very high fire hazard severity zone, they will be initially inspected. Those parcels that are found in violation are going to be issued a notice of violation, and they'll be assessed, and that's when you get that $33 non-compliance fee. Then the homeowner has about 30 days to comply with that notice of violation. And the owner can check the status of their property by registering an account at vms3.lafd.org. So now when we come to the second inspection, that means that you as a homeowner were issued a notice of violation on the first inspection. So then you're going to be inspected a second time after that 30-day period. That gives you that grace period of 30 days to correct the violation. Then owners can check the status of their property again by registering your account at vms3.lafd.org. Now, if the property is not fully in compliance upon initial inspection, that owner is going to be notified via mail or email if you're registered within that website that we mentioned. So it's important to also say there's no need to call the LAFD brush unit when you're ready for your re-inspection. That re-inspection will be automatically scheduled as appropriate with their timeframes. It's all computerized. So if your property remains in non-compliance after a failed re-inspection, then it's going to be cleared by city contractors. And the property owner or you will be invoiced a non-compliance fee of $668 plus an administrative fee of $1,498 on top of the contractor's fee, so you certainly want to avoid this. We get asked a lot of questions. Here is your top 7 most frequently asked questions and the answer. So number 1 is, how can I check the brush status of my own property? Again, that's that important website that we're driving home, the vms3.lafd.org. You could register a new brush clearance account there and check the status. Now use your APN or the assessor parcel number, as well as a PIN, which is your personal identification number. It's going to be printed on the bottom of the owner notification that was mailed to you annually in March. Often we get asked, well, what is the best way to contact the brush unit? Simply put, the best way is to send an email. You send it to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, if you incorporate your APN and a brief description of the issue or the problem that you would like to discuss, that greatly assists us determining who you are and what the issue is. And then a member of our brush unit will respond to you within 48 hours. Also, you could feel free to call. The number is 1-800-994-4444. But we do ask for your patience in advance because it's very busy and there's minimal inspectors, so we have limited resources to take your call. But the office hours are from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding holidays. So what if you received a notice of noncompliance in the mail? What are you supposed to do then? Well, start by reading that notice very carefully. Identify the actual violations that were mentioned on your property. See what was cited there. And then you could follow the steps in the frequently asked questions, the first one there, to see photos that was taken by the inspector of your property and where the problem is. Then you want to correct those violations by the due date. So look at that due date. It'll be located at the top right corner of your notice. Here's another question we get. Okay, you were issued a notice of noncompliance, and now you did the right thing. You finished clearing your property of the violations that you were cited. Now what? What's next? Well, truthfully, you don't have to do anything at this point. After the allotted 30-day period, a fire inspector is going to re-inspect your property, and if your property is still in noncompliance, then you get that second notice to abate the fire hazard. That'll be mailed to you. Now, the city will start the process to have your property cleared by a contractor at your expense, so you want to avoid that. Some ask if there is a particular contractor that should be used to clear your property. Well, simply put, the city does not provide a recommendation, nor do we endorse any contractor. So really, it's you as the property owner, it's your responsibility to request the current proof of insurance, if they're bonded, if they have a license, and obtain any other relevant information about that contractor. But we do try to help. So there is a brush clearance contractor list on the website. So what do you do if you feel that the inspector is wrong and that your property is in compliance? And can you file an appeal? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Visit the LAFD Brush website to view the detailed inspection process, and that includes appeals. However, note that a failed inspection will subject you as the owner to fees that continue to increase with each failed inspection. All billing is conducted through the city's accounting services section. So if you have questions about that concerning your fees or your invoices or any fees that even could be attached to a tax bill, you should direct those to the source. That's accounting. So you could either call them at 213-978-3424, or you could send an email to lafd.brush@lacity.org. We understand that many people might be worried about their neighbor's property and that they might have a fire hazard because of some overgrown brush. And how would you report that? So first off, we want you to know that the fire department wants to hear your concerns so we can provide the clearance necessary for our firefighters to protect your property and your neighborhood. So you can report a brush fire hazard by email to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, please make sure that you include the exact location of the brush hazards, the address. If you have the APN, that would be even better. But of course, you need to put a brief description of what the hazards are and where those hazards are on the property. And of course, it's best not to go looking at those hazards on that neighbor's property without permission. You also can make your complaint by phone. That same phone number we provided before to our brush clearance unit is 1-800-994-4444. And again, we welcome your complaint, but remember too that we have limited resources to take your call, and those hours are from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Join LA's Public Library for June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, on Saturday, June 14th. The third annual June Jubilee welcomes everyone to a day of joy and inspiration with speakers, workshops, entertainment, and family activities. The day begins with a water blessing and continues with performances by African drummers, choirs, and dancers. From health and wellness to genealogy and technology to arts and crafts for all ages, there's something for everyone. Celebrate African American culture and contributions at this fun, family-friendly fair. June Jubilee, a celebration of Black excellence, takes place at the Central Library on Saturday, June 14th from 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. For more information, visit the June Jubilee page at lapl.org. Join El Pueblo at the birthplace of Los Angeles to celebrate 40 years of the book The House on Mango Street. Written by Sandra Cisneros, The House on Mango Street is on the National Endowment for the Arts' Big Read. El Pueblo invites everyone to celebrate the book at a community program on Saturday, June 14th. There'll be art activities based on themes in the book, a tour of the America Tropical Interpretive Center, and an Adobe brick-making workshop. Join El Pueblo for the Big Read on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 11 a.m. For more information, visit elpueblo.lacity.gov/events. LA City Department of Recreation and Parks is celebrating Juneteenth at 3 of its swimming pools. Join the department for some engaging activities and unforgettable experiences, including sports, swim lessons, water play, CPR station, giveaways, and music. Float over to Algin Sutton Pool for a Juneteenth celebration on Thursday, June 12th at 1 p.m. Make a splash for Juneteenth at Celeste King Pool on Friday, June 13th at 3:30 p.m. And dive into Juneteenth at the Van Ness Pool on Saturday, June 14th, beginning at 1 p.m. For more information, see the featured activities at laparks.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
Call the roll.
Blumenfeld, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Jurado, Lee, McOsker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky. 15 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, anything to report from closed session, Mr. City Attorney?
There is nothing to report out of closed.
All right, what's before us, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, the council may now vote on items 2, 4 through 11, 18 through 27, 30, 31, 32, 34, and 35.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now consider closed sessions items 37 through 51 considered by the Budget and Finance Committee.
All right, Madam Chairwoman.
Considered items, the Budget and Finance Committee considered items 37 through 51 in committee on June 3rd, and I recommend we approve these items, please.
All right, can we read those amount settlement agreements into the record?
Yes, Mr. President. For item 37, in the case entitled Miguel de Avila et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $730,269 in settlement. For item 38, in the case entitled Esteban Denicia Torres et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend up to $700,000 in settlement. For item 39, in the case entitled Rachel Bogus versus City of Los Angeles et al., there's a recommendation to expend up to $500,000 in settlement. For item 40, in the case entitled Rachel Earl Brunson II et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend up to $400,000 in settlement. For item 41, in the case entitled Guadalupe Cardon versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend up to $495,000 in settlement. For item 42, in the case entitled Community Power Collective et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al., there's a recommendation to expend up to $675,000 in settlement. For item 43, in the case entitled Stephanie Davila versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend up to $150,000 in settlement. For item 44, in the case titled Andre Goretz versus City of Los Angeles et al., there's a recommendation to expend up to $200,000 in settlement. For item 45, in the case entitled Henry Hernandez versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend up to $190,000 in settlement. For item 46, in the case entitled Teresa Urban versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend up to $480,000 in settlement. For item 47, in the case entitled Simitri Karabadana versus City of Los Angeles et al., there's a recommendation to expend up to $200,000 in settlement. For item 48, in the case entitled Arthur Stephens versus City of Los Angeles et al., there's a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. For item 49, in the case entitled Alan Bernal versus City of Los Angeles et al., there's a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. For item 50, in the case entitled Dejan Rue versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. And for item 51, in the case entitled Angel Cortez versus the City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now consider item 3, called special by Councilmember Hernandez, for which motion 3A, Hernandez Blumenfeld, has been introduced, circulated, and posted on the bulletin board to grant the public convenience or necessity application.
All right, that item has been amended. Let's open that item as amended, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
The council may now vote on item 33, called special by Councilmember Hernandez, for a separate vote.
Item 33 is now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now consider item 28, for which substitute motion 28, Yaroslavsky Soto Martinez, has been introduced, circulated, and posted on the bulletin board. Please note 2 votes are required. The first vote is to consider the question whether to substitute, and the second vote will be to vote on the substitute motion 28.
Can we consider, Mr. Clerk, Mr. City Attorney, can we have a consideration to substitute both 28 and 29 together?
Yes, sir.
All right. Separate, just the substitution. This is only to substitute. All right. So substituting item 28 and 29 is before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right.
The council may now consider the substitute motions 28 and 29.
All right, we're going to consider item number 28. Let's open the roll on item 28, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, and item number 29, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, what's next?
Mr. President, 2 special motions have been introduced, circulated, and posted on the bulletin board. Special motion 1, introduced by Councilmember Jurado and seconded by Council President Harris Dawson. And special motion 2 has been introduced by Councilmembers Jurado and Price and seconded by Councilmember McCosker and Council President Harris Dawson. A separate vote for each special motion is recommended to adopt a determination noted on each special motion by a 2/3 vote that, as provided in section 54954.2B2 of the California Government Code and pursuant to Council Rule 23, that there is an immediate need to take action on the matter noted on the special motions, and that the need for immediate action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the council agenda on Friday, June 6, 2025 for today's council meeting. Please note public comment should be taken for these special motions after the determination is adopted for each special motion.
All right, do we have any public comment on the queue?
No one has signed up for public comment.
All right. No public comment. Mr. City Attorney, with regard to findings, where's Councilmember Jurado?
The findings are also in the motion. I don't know if you want to speak to it as well.
All right. All right, so the findings are stated in the motion. So what is available for us to vote on with regard to these 2 items?
Mr. President, the council may now vote on the determination for special motion 1.
All right, let's open the roll on that. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now vote on the determination for special motion 2.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
As there is no public comment, the council may now consider special motions 1 and 2.
All right, let's open the roll on those 2 items. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Mr. President, council has motions for posting and referral.
They are posted and referred. Announcements, members? Mr. McCosker. Mr. Blumenfield has a real announcement.
Yeah, no, I mean, Plum Committee was supposed to be at 2 o'clock. I would normally say we cancel it, but we have a couple of time-limited items, so we are going to have Plum. I know folks are here already in the audience for Plum, so we're going to try to have a quick version of Plum 5 minutes or so after this meeting is over and we're able to reformat the room.
All right, 10 minutes after 4, we'll have Plum. Everybody, I'll ask everybody to rise for adjourning motions. Seeing none, we are adjourned for today's meeting. Thank you so much, everybody.
Away. I wake up my feet with a stomp, 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 stomp,